fight the power like Big Chuck.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
This world is out of control. Look at what they've done to us. They're coming after our souls, each and every one of us. What do you think marketing's for? It's kind of hard to ignore. They want consumers that will shop until they drop to the floor. We're just some pawns in the greatest game that was ever played. The TV is the most dangerous weapon ever made. Every time you put on a movie, every time you're watching the news, every time you see a commercial, they are brainwashing you fools. They ain't brainwashing me, man, they better turn around. I'll take a piss on the system before I burn it down. We're living in a humongous prison, it's ludicrous. You've been a slave since the day you came out the uterus. You're getting played like a sucker and it's a bummer. I'm just here to try to help you break the spell that you're under, because there's more of us than there are of them, but we must align. We're gonna have to move quickly, we're running out of time. It's hard to be awake when the rest of the world is blind. Everything that happens is happening by design. They wanna steal your soul and they wanna control your mind. Please open up your eyes, we are running out of time. It's hard to be awake when the rest of the world is blind. Everything that happens is happening by design. They wanna steal your soul and they wanna control your mind. Please open up your eyes, we are running out of time. The New World Order is all about total domination. That's why they're constantly dumbing down the whole population. In education is nothing more than indoctrination, and propaganda is propagated across the nation. We're kept occupied with money, they always got us chasing. That's why your dead-end job is called an occupation. And they fill us up with fluoride to kill our concentration. GMOs and prescription pills, killer combination. Now mix it with television and it's a done deal. You're deep inside an illusion and don't know what's real. We live inside a society that's been engineered. You willingly give up privacy but still live in fear. They're manufacturing your thoughts and you don't even know it. You don't believe me just because you see no reason for it. So just ignore it and keep thinking everything is fine, when it clearly isn't and we're running out of time. It's hard to be awake when the rest of the world is blind. Everything that happens is happening by design. They wanna steal your soul and they wanna control your mind. Please open up your eyes, we are running out of time. It's hard to be awake when the rest of the world is blind. Everything that happens is happening by design. They wanna steal your soul and they wanna control your mind. Please open up your eyes, we are running out of time.
All right. What's good, Lucid? I seen you hit me up last night, man. That shit. It's like 12 o'clock or something. Anyway, hold up. We're about to watch this video real quick. What's up, Kimba? How's everybody doing? Hopefully I'm not Borgin. But what's up, Max? I'm gonna play this short video real quick. It has a lot of good information. Plus, I like divergence, sarcasm. I love it. But there's a lot of good pictures in here that he put together from the old world.
And pictures from the world. Let's see. Look, it looks like a pyramid. I don't know. Maybe it's not a pyramid. Maybe it's like a natural formation, the spinning ball Earth, or like a perfect ice ring, Antarctica. I don't know. Pyramid or not? Pyramid or not? Is it natural, or is the pyramid constructed by the hand of man? But with technology, of course. Look at this. These star forts all across the world. So many. We can make a channel only for star forts. I wonder how they cut these stones and rocks and put them perfectly with no technology and just with your horses and donkeys. Look, antennas, ether, atmospheric energy, electric, magnetic, vibes of cosmos, and all that stuff. Antennas. But aren't we supposed to go to church and pray for our sins and cathedrals? I know. Oh, look. Does it give you? I like this whole thing about From House, the series, medical stuff, and the sarcophagus in Egypt and stuff. Do you understand? Of course you do. The floors of cathedrals and churches where you're supposed to go and pray for your sins. This reminds me of the pattern that has to do with frequencies and vibrations and, of course, energy. Oh, yes. I like this whole thing. This is like in the parliament where people get to do laws, and I see naked girls and women with boobs, and they're naked people. But why? So the world before was like a lot more open-minded before? I don't know. Does this remind you of something, this pattern here? I know I'm thinking about a forbidden guy in the 20th century. No, that shape. No, don't speak about the last battalion. This looks like a sun. Oh, the black sun. But it has to do with vibes of cosmos. Do you understand? In the ancient buildings, cathedrals and churches, acoustic frequencies and somatic energy. Everything is so important. It's also to do with sound. And remember what these buildings were built for. Just symbologies were very important. It's up to you to believe if this was built by donkeys and horses and with the purpose of going and praying for your sins. Now, you see how this is a structure, but then it's like fused with the mountain. So we're speaking about some kind of like meltology, melting stuff. You see many other things. They say, oh, it's erosion because of water and wind across the centuries and millennia and millions of years. Is it, or is it something else? Star forts. Star forts, and we could just speak forever. Oh boy, look at the inside. Even the inside of these ancient buildings built with primitive tools and donkeys and horses. They look like power generation, electricity and sound back in the days. It doesn't matter if we speak about the Christian world or Islamic world or Buddhist world or everything, because before 1800, religions did not exist. As well, I mean, don't go there because you have to go to school and read. Now we have the subterranean levels of many of these places. And we also have that in ancient paintings and stuff with whether, of course, if you believe that the Romans and the Greeks are stuff and all that things are like the reality of the real world, then it's perfectly understandable. Giant doors by the ancient gods. I feel so tiny and puny, and so much perfection in the metal work, as if like technology was used. But for what purpose? Look at that perfection of using metal work and say, oh, this was built in the 2nd or the 1st century by the emperor of the Roman Empire, blah, 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 using slaves and whatever. Oh, look, people and taller people with I don't see anyone with fat bellies there. No fat belly. Everybody has so beautiful bodies, and they're naked. So yeah, and they're taller. The others are tall. The others are adults. See, there's adults, there's bigger adults, and there's giant adults. Yes, it's just the way. No, nobody likes giants, do you? Oh, look, this is in ancient places all across the world, ancient sites, old buildings. Why? Why is it like that? Why? Do you understand the origins of this and the importance of that symbol? When we speak about the resets, black and white photos with big, huge buildings in the background. All over the world. Why is it like so many countries with so many different nationalities and races of people and genetics and languages, and they have the same buildings? And then people speak about they put everything in the same barrel as Tartaria. Nobody does research properly. So sad. Don't worry. I am very lazy. I am even lazier than you are. That's why I research. So yes, antiquity and the old world. I just want a photo is worth more than 1,000 words. Who built this? Do you know that there's books in English in the Library of Congress of the United States of America from the first half of the 19th century, from 1800 to 1850, and they speak about how the scientists and the people of those days, they said, yes, these buildings were there before the Native Americans. So a different civilization, super advanced with technology, built them. And it's written in the books, written in the 1800s. So sad. And we don't study this in school. People were different back then. The giants. So many giants. And the thing is, with the giants back in the day, they were naked. And people would speak about, SEX all the time. Yes, that's too much for you. So let's see. Yes. Giant doors, I like them. Oh, look, people say this is the wonders of nature. Is it? Or is it the wonders of machinery and technology and building and exploitation of the soil and stuff? And that's why you have to look at, that's so amazing. Oh, they say, oh, this is the wonders of nature. Is it? Or is it ancient mining? By ancient, I mean way back in time, not ancient because of primitive, because they had super technology. Look, this is your favorite place to land your plane. Everything is with UFOs that go vertical in electric magnetic fashion. You also need sometimes landing highways in the middle of nowhere in the mountains. Why? Because you have to land. Some other superior humanities back in the day, they didn't have UFOs. They had the proper jets or like proper ships, flying ships. They would need to a bit of like, highway to land or to take off. Don't speak about this because people don't like these things. They just say, oh, it's ancient knowledge. Yeah, they were just bored and they did this. Or they speak about aliens from space, from spinning balls. But who cares, right? If you could only explain. Now, you need aircraft to do this because you have to be in the air to plan and everything. But if you don't like to land in the middle of nowhere with your jet many thousands of years ago or 100 years ago, then yeah. Oh, a picture is worth more than 1,000 words. And people say that it's nothing to do with crystallization and petrification. Is it or is it not? If you want to know, look. This reminds me of the UFOs, electric magnetic flying vehicles. But why? Why in Colombia and other places? So before the last battalion, of course, way before the 1800s, there were also people with electric flying vehicles. We have the Mahabharata in ancient Sanskrit that has nothing to do with the India of today. And of course, ancient tools. By ancient, I mean ancient way back in time, but the super advanced one with power tools and electricity and everything else. And holes in ancient buildings, which are only done by power tools from the good old days. And of course, the tunnels and so many subterranean levels. And yeah, across the world, caves and stuff. Oh, look, people say, oh, wonders of nature. No. You have to work. You go to your job and you work with power tools in ancient times. Carvings in stone, or rather I should say meltology, and the building was there and everything got blah, reset. Is it in the wonders of nature, or is it like old structures of the old world petrified? Or maybe technology. Is this caused by erosion of what technology? But for men, is it natural or is it because of technology? I do not know. These ancient cave systems, they're so magnificent. And just a comparison between Israel and USA. Hey, so who was there? Is this just nature on the spinning ball Earth, or the perfect ice ring and dome? No. We have to read Vibes of Cosmos. So why do they look so identical? What happened in the world? Who was mining? Who was resetting? Who was using the resources? And if this looks more like wonders of nature to the human eye, so sad. People should research more to understand the difference between the randomness of nature and the artificial looking things of artificial structures that are now just a memory of what they were in the very old, distant past. Oh, look, and then people survive there, and then a reset comes, and next stage, exit stage left, and a new, new things happen. Look, a comparison between ancient Egypt and modern day electricity, electric power. I have my own dynasty. We are the nobles and kings in power, and the people of the folk, no power and no electricity for you. Therefore, I am king. Yes. And then we have these things all over the place, and nobody wants to speak about them because, hey, who does these? Because you're bored in for your wife and kids. So yeah. And then we have these things that I don't know. We are limited to the Antarctic Treaty. So instead of speculating, I just show things, and then I say I do not understand. I don't know. Definitely not from outer space, that's for sure. Yes, and then we have all sorts of resets here. Not wonders of nature, but structures that have been melted, and the rock has been melted, and then we have these things that people go, ooh, I like to be a tourist, to take photos of the ancient wonders of the natural world while the earth was spinning and the monkeys were evolving to humans. And yes, last but not least, and we exit stage left to understand where do we live. Look at this. This is your perfect 5-star hotel. You see? People were living there, and then reset comes and everything melts. Yes. And the basalt stones, hexagons, ancient giant trees. But no, you're entitled to accept that lava across millions of years gets solid and they form this. Do you know that the world is full of these? Literally full of this. Like literally islands and continents like this. More melting, more stuff. I think you get. Look, the balloons are just so happen to be at ease flying on a spinning ball, and these structures here, I know they don't look like natural from times. Look, maybe they're not artificial. Maybe they were like natural, but from ancient times, like gigantic natural. Looks also like legs because I'm a man. But anyway, so yeah. And then, of course, it's up to you to decide whether this is randomness of nature or is it something else. Yes. They say, people carve in the mountain because it's safer. Or was this a structure and it got deleted, melted, reset, destroyed, and then we have what we have today. Yes. Beneath the oceans, all these beautifully perfection mode with high-tech cut technology of stone, not to mention the patterns, just like the trees we have today. And yes, and look at all these things. What can I say? Whether they're like artificial structures or animals or like vegetation from the ancient world, who knows? I wonder who had the time to do this on Easter Island. I know. And why? I mean, they look they look, that nose is definitely something else. And even there, because you're probably going to get tired of me because of all these pictures and photos, Buzz. But repetition, oh yes, ancient mining and with radiation, with non-radiation, and least plasma. Oh yes, you see, as if like this was a structure, and after many years, because like nature doesn't connect to stones like that. Oh yeah, more the fortification, which got melted, and meltology.
All right. That was the end of the video anyway. What's going on here? Interesting. How does this work? Huh. Why am I stuck in the corner here? Huh. Okay. Now it's fixed. What did you guys think of that? His sarcasm is awesome. Technology. Let me see. Now, you heard what he said about the books from 1800 to 1850. That those buildings were there before the native Indians, right? I'll have to find these books. That's for sure. I'm trying to find these pictures I have of the cave. Because he mentioned the cave systems, and I watched this video or channel. These people who go into caves, and yeah, they don't look natural at all. They look like a system that was caved in. That's why they're called caves. Where are you? Here we are. Here we are. Or here we us. Yes. Nice and flat. Deep under the earth. No, it's not okay, Faceplant. That shit is getting ridiculous. It's childish. You can't even have conversations as a fucking adult. Now, I'm not saying you started anything, but as far as that conversation, anyway. And it only happens here. No one argues on any other channel. It seems to be people like to come here and argue. But anyway. Now this looks like the inside of something. It looks melted. Or it looks like the inside of an intestine. It's very interesting. I would love to go under in these caves. Very interesting. I mean, natural don't form flat fucking shit like that. What's up, Max?
Hey, how you doing?
All right.
Speaking of caves, did you know you can crawl up the Sphinx's butt?
No.
Yeah, I just learned that the other day. Apparently, you can go right up in its butt. I had no idea. There's a cave that goes in a little bit, then it goes up and opens up into like I don't know, maybe an intestine or something. I don't know.
That's the emergency exit.
Yeah. Gotta slide.
Look at these pictures. Now, on the bottom left, it looks like that's a Transformer toy, but it kind of mimics those big Earth machines.
I was looking for those. I was looking through the Mayan pictures of the little artifacts. I couldn't find those. I could find the all the planes and stuff, but I couldn't find the mining equipment.
And then they got these people dancing. This was from the video I just played. I screenshotted it, and they even got statues of like dragons.
Uh-huh.
Probably, that's what they called them, was dragons. But these people are mimicking those machines with things in their hand.
Yeah, it looks like it. Definitely. Huh. Maybe they use those for mining too,
Yeah, this place definitely looks mined.
Yeah.
And then I was watching this other video. I forgot what channel this was, but he was explaining stuff on rivers.
Yeah.
And this whole, it reminds me of, I talked about it before, that electrical discharge. They do it on wood. What is it called? Something affect the, oh man. Every time I need to remember something, I can't. The Lichtenberg effect.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's right.
And this is on the Earth. Or it looks like trees. Like giant leaves have that in them. Like leaves, if you look at it through a microscope.
So does our biology, like bloodstreams and various fluid channels and stuff.
Yeah, the human body, too.
Yeah.
The nerve system, all that.
Yeah, I still think the Earth is entirely biological. Haven't seen anything that proves otherwise yet.
Whoever set this up did a. I think it was purposely set up like that to show how big people really were walking through that door. And it's right in front of everyone's face, and they don't realize it. They
Yeah.
purposely put them pictures there.
Yeah, people always wonder, how did you build the pyramids, you know, with all those huge stones or Baalbek or all that, but they were giant people. Of course it was easy, you know. How hard would it be? And they say that like every foot that these people were taller, they get like exponentially stronger than us, you know.
This picture is from Iceland.
Oh, cool.
I mean, there's no way people with horses and carriages built this stuff. I don't care what history teacher says. There's just no way. 2 3 like Smoking and G Shark put out a video and she was explaining a building that was built in 3 years. There's no way.
Yeah, you've seen the sarcophagus, like those big black sarcophaguses in Egypt that have like cut marks in them, like thin, giant cut marks. Looks like a giant circular saw. Definitely had much better technology. Wow, I don't know if it was better, but I think the materials were different too. I think everything was kind of a little bit softer.
And these ley lines. I've been looking at this picture I found. It was in a patent. And, well, they're calling it the Pilot Mountain Wheel. Whatever that is, I'm still trying to figure that out. But it says Pyramid Grid Node. That's where the Bahamas are.
I have 3 fingers. The Earth Mother gives birth to the lands. Yeah, that's what the Greeks and said about the Earth, is that the gods and all the monsters just sprang from the Earth. It's a good theory.
I want to know what's out. There's so much to learn in our realm. But, man, I just keep thinking about what's past this freaking alleged ice wall, or past that part we can't go.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Is it that blue ice stuff? Is it just regular ice? Is there a dome? There's lots of questions.
I don't know. Maybe the dome. I think some of this stuff there possibly could be a dome or an energy grid or something, but
yeah.
Because if there wasn't, why would these people still be here? Unless they make that up. So, and they are traveling back and forth. That's what I think one of the big secrets is. All these outer lands.
Yeah.
I mean, what could be such a big deal of a secret, you know? Like, they always put the finger over their mouth, and like, what can they possibly be such a big deal for a secret? What would allow people to sell out and keep that secret?
Yeah.
I mean, do they really want to be a part of something that bad? You can't be just not telling on your brother. I mean, if that's it, I mean, it can't be just money. I mean, a lot of these Masonic lodges, if you get up high enough, you probably get whatever you want. It's just material shit. It's nothing.
Yeah, it's control. You want to take us back to feudalism, eh?
What's that? What's feudalism?
Yeah, a bunch of independent, like, states that war with each other constantly.
Of course.
Trying to set it up with Russia and that whole shit. They want 20 years of that.
What do you think about, to get off topic real quick, that guy who allegedly shot in New York City there? If you look at the pictures they give, the guy's backpack went from black to, I think it was gray.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like they can't even get the guy. They can't even get their pictures aligned right. And they probably got like 10 different suspects. Hey, if the guy did it, I'm not saying to go do that, but obviously these people are pushing people to the point of breaking.
Hmm.
How
Or
many
Or it was a
people
target.
skewed over? You think it could be fake?
Well, there's a lot of possibilities. What if they're okay, sure, maybe he's a paid hitman, maybe he's a disgruntled person, or maybe he's a manipulated person. They've been working on mind control for a long time, so I don't know, maybe they're going that way.
That's a possibility.
I think there's like 3 different possibilities,
I think it's going to come to a point, man. They're pushing people. Maybe they want to purposely push people because that just means they could play with their toys more.
Yeah, martial law is a goal. That's something they want to do. They'd love to have martial law. They have been trying to push us. The whole BLM thing where they were allowed to riot, burn, kill, and rape. And then you switch it over to the other side and you come down with the hammer. And if you can get enough of a thing, they tried with January 6th or whatever, the Capitol walkthrough, but that didn't quite fly as martial law. They were hoping for uprisings, I think.
Yeah, people got to think smarter than that, man. They got to know that's what they want. You got to think smarter.
It is what they want, because then they can roll out all their fun technologies and stuff, with crowd control and suppression.
I do like to note, though, that guys with sandals and AKs whooped their ass for almost 20 years. But I'm not saying if you'll do that. I'm just saying I think a lot of their fear pushing is nonsense. But now here, damn, no wonder they thought these were dragons. Hold on. Let's see. We got this. I think it's awesome how they're dancing with those guys and they got the blades in their hand.
Yeah.
Well, that tribe has seen some machinery. Who were these people that were here before the Indians? Where did they go? They're mimicking this machine right here. The picture would come up.
Yeah.
And this is all over the realm. Now, my question is, you don't see many of these. I've never seen these pushed out of a factory.
No, they're built on site practically, I think.
Because that's huge.
Yeah, you can't roll that down the road.
Look at the little truck down there, and that's big to us. So that thing is like a skyscraper.
Oh yeah, yeah. These are massive. There's mining remnants in Antarctica. Just the not the machines, but the carved out circular patterns like this machine does.
Now, maybe this civilization moved out further past this Antarctica. I mean,
Canada wants to get into flat Earth, round Earth thing. I go either way there, Canada. But if you're trying to convince me for one side or the other, I haven't been there yet.
Technically both. Because I think we're inside of a cosmic egg. Meaning,
so my remote viewing,
egg.
That's kind of fun. My remote viewing would go better if I see the globe is fake. I don't know how that would help, but appreciate it.
Who said that?
Canada, me.
Oh.
I like the ancient Greek, where they do tell you it's a globe. The heavier parts went to the bottom, and the more ethereal parts to the top, like the airs and all that. So the whole iron core of the Earth could be a possibility too, with that type of a theory. So I don't know. I don't know if I believe that, but yeah. What shape the Earth is, it's an interesting thing. Doesn't really change my life at all, really. I'll still live my life.
There's so much more than the shape of the earth. I moved, you know, I say it's, we're not on the ball, but I don't even really think about that too much anymore. I've moved.
Yeah, I don't
Not
really
that
bother.
I'm more into
My time.
I'm more into this electricity and these patents and
Yeah.
technology and
Yeah, I'm
architecture.
more like you. I'm more concerned about immediate dangers, other than possibilities that, well, it could affect your life, I guess, but chances of us getting out to there is pretty slim at the moment.
Damn, these things are massive, and I think these people right here, we're operating them. There's 3 sets of adults here. You got our size adults. Maybe those people are 10 feet tall. And those bastards are probably 12 to 14 feet tall. Those are the guys who walk through these doors. Imagine ringing that guy's doorbell and they open it up.
Yeah. Well, there's huge footprints all over the Earth.
That's another thing. Like, when even at a young age, I would, you know, I was interested in the giants in the Bible, considering they only mentioned like once, twice, maybe. And I would look through the Bible and be like, where are these giants, man? Why do they only mention them? So then you get into the book of Enoch, and I would think this little ball, for these titans to roll, there wouldn't be enough room. It would be, man, what type of house would they have lived in if they even?
Yeah. No, and some of the creatures that I've seen, like I follow Roger, like imagine a dragon 1,100 miles long.
Yeah, I mean, it would need.
It almost seems. Yeah.
That's a huge creature, man. Miles. We're not talking.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's like from here to Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Think it would darken the sky for sure.
Yep. Well, there was 7 macaw, and this is a really wild theory, blows people's minds. Pretty much North America, from, I would say, around top of Arizona all the way up is to almost the North Pole is the remnants of what's called 7 macaw. He's the entirety of North America, pretty much. I don't know where that bird would. It looks like a macaw to me, anyway.
You know, Faceplant mentioned, you know, the other day over, you know, the name calling and shit, man. I mean, we're adults here. I mean, and Faceplant, I could honestly say, didn't do anything but mention he was going against, what's his name, with the we came first. I mean, that subject always leads to arguments everywhere. I've seen it time and time again.
Yeah.
And it's just a disagreement. You know, Axis didn't deserve that. And I don't blame Axis for now. This is the second time this has happened. So, and it, you know, it's like, it gets old, man. Like, what the fuck? We can't have conversations without name calling and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm stuck in the middle. But anyway,
Yeah. It's hard for people to accept that other people have different opinions and that, you know, that's just the way it is, you know. I accept it.
Yeah. I don't agree with that one type of person came first. I mean,
I don't know.
but
The Earth might have been bigger too. If it is a giant dead corpse, it could have dried out, you know. Lose all, like 70% of us is water.
yeah, people probably existed in different parts of this realm, and they just didn't see each other. Like imagine the first time a so-called white person or black person seen one another for the first time ever. They're probably shocked, like a lighter version of me, you know, like. Me, who came first, in my opinion, really don't matter. It's not going to change anything for today, for me at least.
Yeah, the ancient world seems a lot more like
Mixed.
the Lord of the Rings, and you know, with giants and little people and all kinds of different weird creatures. There like some of the creatures that they showed, like the giant elephants and stuff. Some of those existed, you know, with 4 tusks and all these weird things. They were there.
Yeah. We might live in a genetic. This could be like one big genetic. It could be, but then I was thinking, why would they mine this place out and make it a genetic experiment? So I don't know, but I definitely do.
Could be different people. The Earth is pretty old, right? Doesn't mean just one people, you know, messed with us.
Like the carvings people made of those giant elephants and all that. I don't think it was for nothing. And these giants, people say, oh, they made themselves bigger to show they were the king and the top dog. And I'm like, well, maybe, but I doubt it. There's a lot of people, it's hard for them to think outside of these educated boxes.
Yeah.
That's why I love this right here.
Movies, right? We do it with movies just fine. We accept things that aren't real. We suspend our disbelief just to, you know, entertain ourselves. But when we're talking to other people, we all seem to think we have facts and we have to tell each other what's what. I don't know how that really, it's right. You know?
If we're not careful, this would be the future right here. We'll all be in our own box, and well, everything will be recorded about us. Everything, man. It already is, but
pretty much.
I think that's what the old world was like. We are now with this technology.
Yeah.
Either the grid blew out, or people. It was another slave system. Maybe these rulers are people who want to bring that slave system back. They could be descendants from them.
Yeah.
And you want to bring it back, but it'll get destroyed again.
If they do it subtly enough, we wouldn't notice the difference, really.
That's true.
Yeah.
Just like they do with everything else, you become desensitized and it becomes the norm.
Yeah. Like right now, Trump is pushing Bitcoin, right? Everybody should get Bitcoin, yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah, that's
Don't
terrible.
do central bank digital dollars, but do Bitcoin, right? Like they don't have every number of every dollar out there, you know.
They're greedy, man. They're tired of printing money. They want to be able to be digital, so they could just put as much as they want. You know, it'd be unlimited. It is now, but printing money is probably a little more difficult than just typing in numbers into a computer. You know, you got to print that money out. You got all them numbers got to be accounted for.
Mm-hmm.
It's a headache for them. They're getting greedier and greedier.
Yeah,
they got the whole world, and they want more.
With some crashes, they're going to crash some of the Bitcoins, take all that money. That was pretty much guaranteed printed in it, right? All you do is you start up a Bitcoin, you pump a bit of money in there, you show people, oh my God, this one's growing so fast, you know, look at it. Everybody hops on board, and then you pull your money out and all theirs.
Yeah. that already happened on YouTube. But I almost invested $1,000 in one, and something told me to wait, so I listened. And a week later, all those people lost their money, and I said, "Man, I'm so glad I didn't put that in there." You know, this was about 2 years ago, or it was right around the time when the that whole thing was going down. The scamdemic.
Yeah, I was
People
thinking
were-
putting like $20 in it just for fun, but why bother? It's not. That just puts you on a system, right?
You don't remember that, Max? Like, there was so many people on YouTube with all these different digital wallets, and they were all crashing. I think they were doing exactly what you said, wait until a big amount that all these people put in, and they'll pull it out and say, "Oh, everyone lost their money, including me," knowing damn well they
Damn.
cashed out. You know, whatever. I mean, I don't know how a person could sleep. Just, you know,
Well-
that's just robbing all those people for $1,000
Yeah,
and still showing their face on the internet. I don't know.
they have no shame. They've given up on human behavior. You know, they're just out for getting what they can. You know.
I know when I done stuff wrong, or it bothers me for a long time until I make it right, and then it's like refreshing.
Yeah, I don't believe in Big Bang Theory either there, Canada. I mean, I'm more of a toroidal field universe. I think everything constantly recycles. And maybe even
Scott Severini.
maybe even bigger. Hey, Scott.
JG. Yeah, JG. I was watching YouTube yesterday, man. And there's so many people, like you were saying, doing this train stuff. And a lot of them don't seem too smart what they're doing. They really don't, man. They're just recording all the wrong stuff, putting it up there, just really making it bad for other people. It seems to be the new thing now. Everyone wants to be like Stobe the Hobo.
I don't know what you mean.
No, Stobe the Hobo, he was like this channel I used to watch. He would jump on freight trains and travel across the country
Oh, okay. Yeah.
and record, like, he would be in the middle of Idaho or the Grand Canyon, and I mean, you get sceneries that you can't get nowhere else.
Yeah.
It's just like, besides you sitting on a loud ass train, it's got to be fun, man. It's got to be awesome.
Yeah, Chuck, I got a bunch of footage. If you ever want to like use footage for a video, I got you. I got tons of shit recently.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll edit you a video.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you want to use footage, if anybody does, I'll send you the footage.
Hell yeah. I'll edit that. I know. I know JG has seen stuff that you probably can only see by taking that route. Because some of them trains be in the middle of nowhere or in the mountains high up that you would have to hike for hours and hours to get to. Yeah, if you ever have time, Max, look up Stobe the Hobo. He died doing what he loves, I guess. That's what they say. Like, he would drink. And if you're going to do that, I don't think drinking would mix. Because if you make one wrong move, like he did allegedly, his backpack got caught on the... This is what they were saying, that when he jumped off, the backpack got hooked up on the train and it just dragged him under.
Oh.
And, yeah. Imagine your legs go, and that's it. Oh, man, you'd be laying there in so much pain.
A friend of mine fell asleep on the tracks and got run over. His head. He lived. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. fell asleep with his head on the tracks, and I guess when the train came by, it hit his head, but he shoved him off the track, so he didn't get crushed.
Oh, he got lucky. That train had that thing in the front.
He
You
got
know, like
lucky.
the cows too. Like
I don't know. Yeah.
it's like a plow looking thing. So if it hits something, it'll push it up and out the way. For cars too.
Hmm.
A lot of trains have them. They look like a kind of like a plow, and it comes down close to the track. So if it hits anything, it'll push it out the way. Damn. Like even trains. I remember Bex made a good point with trains, and I see it a lot now. Because the bus that I take goes right on the side. It used to be, and I'm finding out all across the East Coast are doing this. These old freight train, where there used to be factories,
Yeah.
a lot of those train rails are closed. So they're ripping them up, and they're putting these, I don't know what to call them. These bus lines. There's no traffic lights or nothing. It's like a train but a bus, and it has all these stops going from one major city to the next. And it's right. I see right along the Amtrak, and you see, like I don't know what to call them, electric coils. It looks like they're generating electricity from the tracks, or vice versa. It's bringing energy, but either way, a lot of these trains run on their own. There's really nobody in that train. These passenger trains,
Oh, yeah.
it's all electric, and there's no conductor. It's just straight computers. I found this picture, and I mean, you could see the tech all over this. What does it say? Buddhist, Jain, and Hindu temples. That's what I think this God is, man. I really think a lot of these gods are electricity. That's what they're symbolizing. Because, I mean, look how exaggerated they get symbolizing this stuff.
Well, a lot of the names have L, right? Like even the angels and all that.
Yeah.
They think that represents electricity or electric.
Yeah. When the angels fell from the heavens, I picture like electricity or
Yeah. That's
or,
like I think like your charts like that, like all the beings on the zodiac, right? They imbue energy to us when we're born, like different energies depending on how they pull and push on our bodies, and then we get different attributes,
especially the plasma too. Let me see if I could find a good picture of plasma falling from the heavens. Yeah, people should check out Divergent, man. I love that dude's channel. Like I said, he is so sarcastic, man. It makes me laugh. He does it in such a proper way. Oh, look at this picture. Huh. Of course it's a shitty picture. Why wouldn't it be? Oh, here we go. Okay. What the hell? And in a lot of old ancient pictures, they're always going to war with these dragons all the time.
Yeah, some of them were apparently teachers, but some of them ate people. So I'm polishing a rock, so I'm muting up when I do that.
What type of rock?
Well, I think it's a heart stone. Starting to get I'm starting to see all the right features for it to actually be a heart. But we'll have to see once I polish it up if it's got all the right attributes. It's got to have a certain number of things. It's got to have a star shape on it. It's got to have a line that goes all the way around all the way around the outside, basically making it into two halves. It's got to have black dots on the top area and one on the side. And then you can be pretty sure it's a heart.
What the hell? What's up, JG?
Hey, JD.
Oh, man.
I just been listening.
Chicks. What the fuck, man? Here we go. I'm trying to find some pictures of electricity and stuff, but unfortunately, you know, the word L, angels and shit like that, I really don't have much. Yeah, I was watching this video, JG, of this kid or young man, and he mentioned Stobe the Hobo, and he was showing the KFC tag on some train, and he mentioned him, and I'm like, damn. And he's in the main yard. He's got his little radio and all this stuff, and I'm thinking, man, he seemed like he knew what he was doing, but there's other channels that just do stupid shit, man. They just hanging out of the car when they're going by streets, like, those are the people that fuck it up for everyone. And then you put it up on the fucking YouTube, like, it's crazy. I say if you're gonna do it, don't put your face or you on the video, you know? You're just, to me, that's just evidence. Even though it's not even like no serious fucking crime, I mean, nowadays they'll arrest you for farting wrong. I want to see if I can find those pictures of Antarctica being mined out. Antarctica. Antarctica mined. Yeah, I gotta find that Russian military guy. I want to see what pictures he got. Because me personally, I don't think Antarctica's all ice. I think that's bullshit.
No, a lot of stories talk about it being green in the middle.
Yeah. Well, Divergent mentioned, like, once you pass, I forgot what parallel is on the Mercator map. I think it's the 60th parallel is when you're getting closer to the, like, vortex or whatever you want to call it, the energy flow that's there, or the firmament, whatever people want to label it. But once you get past a certain parallel, it starts to turn green, meaning it's warming up. So, now I wonder what's going to happen when this treaty, how many, we got about 2040, so About 18 years? No. 16 years. There would be no more treaty.
Yeah.
So what could happen? It'd be an all out. Maybe that's why the military is down there now. They're getting everything they can down there to get ready for a fucking war.
Yeah.
Look at this picture. Wait till I pull this picture up. There was some good topics on this going down in Antarctica. It's starting to, once the ice started thawing out, this was happening a lot. Let me show you. And I think this is what we talk about, Max. I don't think this is iron. I think this is real blood. In my opinion. This right here. I think that the ice is thawing. And since when does iron make that? Like, I've never seen that in my life.
Right. It looks like blood to me.
And blood is iron, probably, because when you taste your blood, it's metallic.
It is. A lot of it's iron. Iron holds the oxygen. FeO3 to FeO4. And then you knock the oxygen off when you use it. And it turns blue. Then it goes, gets an oxygen, becomes red again. Hi, Gabriel.
That's why I love that map of Urbano Monte's map. When it showed, they call it the land of the giants. It's fucking awesome. But not many people talk about it. Yeah, you were right, Max. There's a lot of mining going, or was a lot of mining.
Yeah, there are mountains that are mountain ranges that they've practically half torn down with mining equipment too.
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. They're gonna pollute. They're gonna pollute it all.
Yeah.
They've mined in Antarctica.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're gonna ruin. Once they start mining, man, it toxicize everything. Because they're probably using chemicals and stuff too. They're going to bring their bore machines out there. Who knows? They probably found tons of gold. That's what they're probably looking for. Ah, pyramids in Antarctica.
Yeah, Soros just gold mine a while ago, so that seems to be a commodity they want. A lot of people still believe in the Anunnaki theory that they mine gold for the gods, and they'll be back to get their gold in a while.
Huh. Maybe. They could be in these outer lands, living it up. Having us slave. Who knows? All I know is if I see a Titan walking this way in the distance, I'm going underground somehow. And I don't mean no little bomb shelter either. JG's got bad signal.
I don't want to see Titans or dragons. Never.
Yeah, I love this picture right here.
Yeah, that's pretty telling, eh?
I've never seen those either, especially the upper right. Those people. I wonder where he found these pictures.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one. I've seen those gold things before.
Oh, no. I haven't, but yeah, that's an awesome picture. Oh, I was wondering why they were showing a jackhammer. It's carved, and the guy's holding it in his hand. I just noticed that in the statue.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty
Okay.
cool. Like they had these weird equipments they carried around. It looked like a jackhammer.
Hell yeah. I think so.
Yeah, that's creepy, man.
Yeah. Or that could be waste from maybe they're mining underneath. It could be mine waste. I don't know. I wouldn't doubt it. These people, these mining companies seem to poison all the water wherever they go.
Yeah, that's possible.
What could they be mining out here? Lithium?
Well, anything.
Look at that pyramid. Now, someone made a good point about these pyramids. I don't think they're all like structures. I think some could be piles of rock from mining.
Yeah.
I forgot what those machines are called. It has the belts on them, and it just makes piles of stone. They got them here down up the road on Black Rock Avenue. There's a Tocon company that mines. There's a mine right up where I live, right up the street, right next to this reservoir that used to be mining because they just filled it in with water. They do a lot of mining up there. Sometimes when they're blowing shit up, it shakes the ground, but yeah, it's on Black Rock Avenue. I think that's a little Black Rock.
They say there's only one lithium mine in America. It's in Nevada.
Interesting. Yeah, and they wouldn't tell us anyway if there was more because they wouldn't want no one to go and find it and claim it. It's getting to the point where these people, even the woods, I remember growing up, you could go hiking and nobody owned any of those woods, right? And now it seems all these woods are being bought up by people. People from China are coming and just buying it all up. Everything seems to be becoming private now. Even places where you used to be able to hike, it's like either the state owns it completely. I don't know.
People are buying land online. Bidforassets.org. People from all over the world are just buying properties on that website.
Yeah, we live in savage times right now. People would buy used socks if they could. Now that was corny. I exaggerated a little too much, but
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
I could see all the tomatoes being thrown. That was corny.
People want a piece of America, man. All these foreigners want to come here.
Yeah.
Not just come here, but stay here.
Well, they apparently have. Go
I'm
ahead.
having deja vu. We talked about this. Like, it's funny how people have deja vu in these panels because it's like we're talking about the same shit.
Apparently, a lot of other countries have made plans on how to divide up North America.
China bought a lot of. I think these politicians, man, they end up in these positions to where they either owe a drug lord money, right? or they're gambling, something, and they end up signing over shit to like China, because China and these don't play games, and neither the Chinese cartel or mafia, whatever you want to call them, and Mexican, even Russia, those mafias don't play games. They'll chop you up in a heartbeat. Trump. Oh man, people are in for a ride with this guy. I want to hear people's excuses in 4 years if we still have a country. I want to hear their excuses this time. Trump didn't know what he was getting into.
Trump knows he's bald. He knows he's fucking coerced. He probably enjoys it too. He's probably so excited to be a little Paul and Gopher.
What's up, Gabriel? Hurricane, what's good? I don't really call it Tartaria. Like, I don't think the whole realm is Tartaria. This is my opinion. Other people think so, and that's fine. But I just think maybe people were on the same page around this whole realm. Maybe it was like I'll call it a universal teaching. They taught certain architectures. There were certain ways to build stuff supremely. I mean, these stone structures survive hurricanes, earthquakes. Compared to the garbage we build today, can't even survive fucking nothing. Everything's built to fall apart so you could pay more money and get new stuff. That's crazy, Faceplant. The link don't work. I don't know, man. That's odd. What do you think that could be, Max? Faceplant keeps trying to come up for about over a week, and he says it don't let him up. He says it's blank when he hits the link. That's weird. I never had that problem.
I don't know. Glitch in his computer, maybe?
When he says it's blank, like it's just a black screen. Because I see that with this other panel. You try to go on StreamYard and it's just a black screen. You don't see the live, the top left corner with the red, you know.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, this is the right link. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. Seen people come up and get dropped off quickly. That's pretty common.
Yeah, that happened to me twice already.
Yeah, these gigabytes for the hotspot, even though I got a limited everything, they're getting burned up quicker and quicker. It just texted me when I was playing the video. It says, you have less than 10% of your hotspot left. I'm like, damn. They probably see that I use it every month, and they're like, we're going to get him. He's going to start paying extra money. Like, this shit's a ripoff. You're going to spend $20 to get probably 5 gigabytes, and it'll burn up within an hour. Especially if you're using YouTube videos. It'll burn it up in a heartbeat. It's a fucking rip. That's why I want to invent something that there's got to be a way to break through and get it for free.
I think there is a device you can buy that's supposed to have free internet.
Yeah, I've seen some on YouTube
Yeah.
on a commercial. I wonder if a lot of these gold veins were part of ley lines. Like, you know, it would mimic a giant, it would be like a cord or something, you know, like it would be a vein where energy flows through. Because this is right near, it looks like it's right near Asheville. Right where that slave latitude 36 degrees is. That's where Asheville's around that area. Stone Mountain? Never heard of it. Let's look that up. Stone Mountain. What is that?
Yeah, I never heard of it myself.
Let's see. What are we going to find? What state is that? Georgia? Stone Mountain.
So what's this map getting at? I can't really see it on my phone.
Yeah, Georgia. It's supposed to be ley line. Holy shit, man. It's a big ass fucking mountain of stone. It looks melted too. Hold up. Jesus. It looks like it's kind of like almost an island. But it's not the same breath. Got a couple pictures. This is in Georgia. And it's got like a chunk missing on the face of the mountain. Almost like someone threw a big giant bullet at it. Oh shit, there's some carvings in it. Of people on horses. Alright, I'll pull these pictures up. These pictures.
Yeah, let's see it.
I got pictures. Oh, come on. Oh no. Well, this is it from above. It's Stone Mountain in Georgia. If you look at this, it's right, well, you could see it says Stone Mountain. It's part of that wheel of energy. Pilot Mountain Wheel. This is the Earth grid system in that area. So this is like ley lines and grids of energy. So this is right there.
Stone
Kind of
Mountain.
look.
Where is it?
Yeah, it looks melted. Georgia.
Okay.
And this is in the front of it. Look how it's got lines running down it. I know that's some water, but still, you can see lines. Now, it looks like they started to carve something in there. And I don't care. That couldn't have been done by hand. It almost looks like lasers.
I think the only way it was done was by hand.
Maybe. I've seen small stuff done by hand. It's a possibility, but that's huge. This carving right here, thing is huge. You need hundreds of people hanging down from that rock to do it. I'm not saying it ain't possible, but I think more technology was involved. You know, there might have been a grace period where electricity, the dark ages, was, you know, only rich people had electricity, and they called it magic. People thought like they had something special. And here's a building that's in front of it. Now, was this building old or is it newly built? That's the question. And they got towers on top of that rock. When you look at it here from above, they got some building up there with a tower, of course.
So they got a guy on a horse carved into it.
Yeah.
Horses, yeah.
What do you think, Max? Laser or by hand?
No, man. It's big. I don't know. Some determined motherfucker.
Peace, us. Yeah, I love these topics. Because it could go either way, you know. I'm not saying you can't carve it. And I'm not, you know, it's 50. I'm not a stone expert either, so.
Yeah, I don't know how long that would take, you know? Like,
because I've seen people carve stone by hand, but it's just a small, and it looks like they could have did it with lasers. But
yeah. Well, with bigger tools, you can take out bigger chunks, right?
yeah, I wonder when they. I'm gonna look and see when this was allegedly put there.
That photo right there could be enhanced, but I think it was just done by hand. Like, when was that even done? The 1800s? They had lasers then?
Yeah, it's not that great quality. I look. I've got it on maps. I zoomed right into it. Yeah, I'll show you.
Let me take that off. And then layout.
They definitely did it by labor, by hand. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not sure. Did they have scaffolds or did they come down with fucking robot? I don't know, but that's definitely by hand.
Yeah, it's
Kind
not
of
like
looks like Abe, right? It looks like Abe.
kinda, yeah.
And you know what's odd? There's always white people in these statues. Even in the old days, there's tons of these white naked people. And it's like, well, where's everyone else?
Yeah.
Makes me wonder.
I don't know. That's yeah, I'd say
That ain't true. I just thought I forget about those statues that are found in South America. Oh shit! Is that circle? Look.
well, there's Stone Mountain.
Oh, that's a different circle. But yeah, this Stone Mountain's a part of the, what is it called again? The Pilot Mountain Wheel.
Interesting thing. Looks like a teardrop shape.
Yeah. Isn't it odd that there's no other mountain or stone in sight but this one?
Yeah, not a thing.
Huh. Interesting. And if that water went around, it would be a little island. Indian Island is right there. I wonder what you could find on that island.
I don't know. Is that like a house or a
I
resort?
bet you there's a way inside this mountain, I bet you.
Snacks. Okay. So it's a little place to go and buy stuff.
For real? No way.
Yeah.
Wow. Any way to make $1. They probably sell rocks. They go outside and pick up stones and put them on there for sale. You could buy a piece of the mountain. $10.
Interesting land structure. See how it's, yeah, that's cool.
You see how it's got lines in it too?
Yeah.
Almost like it had hexagonal shape to it. It looks melted to me. And how do you melt stone? Like the guy did it with a fucking, he calls it a solar death ray.
Yeah.
And he used the TV screen like I got in my living room, the old flat screen TV, and he turned it melted stone. I was shocked that sunlight melted the stone.
Look at all these very straight lines here too. Look at this.
Yeah, I was noticing that.
Like a hexagonal shape.
Huh.
Half hexagon, right? I don't know, maybe even more. Probably more, yeah. But look at how straight those lines are.
It is odd. Like there was something on top of it, maybe?
It looks like it all flowed out, right? So by whatever means, you see all this over here. This looks like it was probably part of that. All this stuff here on the right here was probably part of it, but it kind of flowed out.
Kind of reminds me of Devil's Tower with the hexagonal shapes, and then it kind of got melted from the top down.
Yeah.
Maybe. Like it was a giant tree at one point.
I think biology, but tree would be good. Yeah, there's all these strappy, you know, I guess you could say could look like trees stuff, could look like biology. Yeah, very straight lines. Look at that, eh? It's broken, like it's broken off.
How the fuck did they melt this stone, man? That's
All those
what
straight lines. Maybe it was constructed. Maybe it was something that was constructed. Maybe some type of a building we don't understand. Does look like it kind of flowed, you know, out to the end here, and then, or this is the end of it and it's kind of broken off. I don't know. Really weird. It's very smooth on top here. This is all very smooth. And then it gets chunky in all those striations, right? But it's part of the same thing. Weird. Yeah, see those weird lines?
Ken and Dummy says
Looks like it's broken off.
when he cuts stone with a hammer and chisel, it's the sound that does the work. Interesting. Because and then Gabriel said the grandest stone vases carved to perfection. They're made of stone and are accurate to a thousandth of an inch. Interesting. What else is on this stone wheel? Slave latitude? No, that can't be right. Hold on. Slave latitude. What's that other writing underneath? Serpent Mound. Serpent Mound is in. Shit, I can't even see. It's near Indiana. Is that in Ohio? We'll find out. Serpent Mound. Let's see. Interesting names.
Isn't there some in Ohio?
Yeah, I think it's Ohio. Serpent Mound. I'm gonna check it out. Let's see. Serpent Mound. Yep, Ohio. Huh. Solar alignments, they're saying. A new multi-stage construction. Blah blah blah. All right, so this I'll put up for the first. It's Serpent Mound in Ohio. I wonder if Surdrop's been there. Huh, there's one in Illinois that looks like it's called the Coiled Serpent Mound. Serpent Mound Crater. Of course they gotta put a shitty picture up. I mean, come on. I can't even see what the hell's going on here.
Try looking on maps.
Area of Serpent
Aerial
Mound.
views of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at here, this aerial view, but it's actually terrible. Well, I found a good one. So I'm gonna try to look at every. See, here's a good one, Serpent Mound. But these were the ones I was looking at. Like this one, you can't even see nothing really. This one's terrible. And then they showed this one. So they're saying it's a meteor crater. They're always saying meteors, but can't really have any evidence to prove it. Approximate outline of a meteor crater. Approximate, which means they don't know.
Yeah.
The circumference of woods and a hilly area. Nah.
Why is everything? Where's the meteor then, right?
They say it disintegrates. You know how they'd be like, it disintegrated. And that, I wonder what. It's just, why would they put this here? That's the question. Maybe for energy? I don't know. Not that exciting as I thought it would be. Serpent Mound was the next one.
Yeah, I don't know. Could be just ancient worship or something.
Moundville. And then after Moundville, it goes Washington, D.C. Let's see, Moundville. I just think it's odd how they're all connected in a complete circle.
Washington, D.C. is the butthole of a giant creature, so. Doesn't it?
That's interesting. So Moundville, wait. It's not in Alabama. Is it? It might be. The Middle Mississippian era. Interesting. It's like an area with all these mounds. Oh, I've seen this before. Yeah, I have a picture of this actually. They put a hut on top of this mound. This hut looks like it was built long after.
Yeah.
I'll show you.
Yeah, open pit mines. Could be all kinds of things that craters are. They don't have to be from meteorites.
This is one of the pictures I got from
Oh,
this
yeah.
mound wall.
Ancestral home the chief built on the mound. Okay.
Some of the excuses they give, man, it's like, come on. They just put that there to make it to push their story. They concocted. An ancient chief built that with his donkey and a bucket. Almany.
You know what I always find funny? How many giant humans do they dig through to get to dinosaurs?
Mm.
Huh.
Yeah.
You know, they're digging down the ground and they find, you know, a dinosaur bone. But they take all the dirt off at the top and they don't even notice that they're digging through like another giant creature, you know.
Well, I've heard a lot of these dinosaur bones, 90% of them, they had to create out of a cement mold. They're not even real bones because they couldn't find the rest. So that leads me to believe they're just creating these dinosaurs out of thin air, and they're creating them from giant bones. This is the whole mound area right here. I need to get coffee. I'll be right back. Oops.
Think dinosaurs are fake, Max?
What's that?
You think dinosaurs are fake? Like it's all just propaganda, made make believe bullshit?
No, I think they were chicken dinner for Adam.
All right.
Like the Quran says that Adam was like 80 feet tall. So if even if we were like 60 feet tall, a T-Rex would just be like the size of a chicken. So that'd be good dinner. I say dinosaurs are kind of like birds, more like birds than anything else. So why wouldn't they just be chicken dinner? Nice drumsticks on those T-Rex, right?
Dude, I don't know what to believe anymore. Everything's fucking world's insane, man.
Yep. If we win this battle, we might be able to get our true history and find out exactly what we're on, where it goes, what's inside it, what's outside it. You know, all that information's hidden deep in vaults somewhere, probably Vatican, other places. What do you think of dinosaurs? Hi, Dominic. It might be a cartoon version of Goofy. I don't know if you'd have a great point of view. It'd be the same point of view. Everything else would be just as big, right? At least that's how it would probably go. Be very much like today, except there'd be a little less space, you know. I like the infinite lands theory because you know, you could have like if we're at like the center and or something, and then as you go out, the creatures and the lands get bigger and bigger and bigger. That's where you get all these giants from and stuff. Be cool. Can't hear you. Still nothing. I can tell you're talking, but it's very muffled. No, can't hear you. Still so muffled. Sounds like you're about 40 feet away. No, have to redo your settings or something. Just you can go into the settings in your mic settings and just hit like echo cancellation on and then back off. That should usually get it. Can you hear him, JG? Oh, and we lost JG.
Oh, shit. Oh. All right, next up.
All right. We lost JG.
Washington, D.C. What creature was that? I remember you showing me the butthole. That's funny. Washington, D.C. is
Giant
the chick.
dragon. Yeah. Quetzalcoatl's butthole.
Quetzalcoatl took a shit, and that's what we got was these
Yep.
politicians, not politicians, politicians.
Yep.
Damn, I can't see what's next. It says I'm going blind or something. That one says Cape. I don't fucking know. I'll have to put this in so I could zoom in. Can anyone zoom in on YouTube? I know you could zoom in on your phone. I think this whole place is some sort of electrical grid of some sort. And you got to dig deep. Like even these caves, like I was showing the pictures of the people in the caves. It's just the ceilings in these caves are just completely level. There's no way that's produced, and it's called a cave, I think, because it's a something that was caved in. That's what I think. And when he showed these pictures of Israel and the U.S., they're damn near fucking identical, man. Yep, Trumper, he's gonna make a law so you can't say anything against Jewish people. Yeah, poor Jews. I feel bad for good Jewish people, man.
He's a Zionist, yeah. We're going to see might see the temple be rebuilt under him.
Probably. These people and their stupid revelation, man. It's like people want to put energy into it. They want the world to end. They want this. No one knows who Jesus truly is. Like that could be some demon for all we know, and you want this demon to return. I don't want the world to be destroyed. Looks like it's been destroyed a few times over already.
They've already written songs to Trump as the Messiah. Little children's songs.
God, are you serious?
Yep.
And I remember his first term, he was all bragging about, oh, the Jewish people tried to buy me out and I didn't take their check. What a lie that was. His second go around, he's all kissing their nuts.
Well, he was Jesuit trained. He went to a Jesuit school, so those people they don't view religion like we do. It's just a tool.
Hmm. Yeah, that's probably what it really is, a tool to stare us. Excuse me. That's what I think. Like I know people, hey Dom, I'm not going to I know people ain't gonna agree when I say there's some people, but that's fine. I mean, I see religion as maybe knowledge from the old world that was taken and reconstructed to use as a tool to put fear into people to stare. Like fear, it seems to be their base tool they use to control people. It's always fear. Like look at the news. Every morning they're putting out stories of murder, these terrorists killing people through the city streets, and these police say we're here to protect and serve you, right? It's always like they pump these stories out of fear, and then they make the police and government look like it's for our own good, it's for our safety, and people soak it up and believe it. So I say let them.
For your safety, comrade.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, I don't know. Would an 80-foot being have a great 3-point shot? Probably not. Because they would have to shoot downward.
Wouldn't the basketball hoops be just the same size as like bigger? You couldn't use
You would be playing basketball with the heavens, right?
Well, if you used like one of our basketballs, it'd be like as big as his little like pinky finger. So you'd be throwing like a little marble.
Yeah, he uses Mars and Pluto, these round rocks in the sky, and he plays ball with them. Or he might be playing pool with the 9 planets. And he uses the moon as a cue ball. Because the moon is white, so that was racist. The moon ain't white, it's black. Yeah.
Actually, you have to ask it its pronouns first.
That would be funny if the giant said, you ever see those videos of people when the man says, I'm a woman, and they get real bent out of shape if you call him a man?
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah, I've seen those. Hi, Dom.
I tried to buy a plane ticket, and the lady says, all right, you're male. And I said, did you just assume my gender? I said, real serious. And she got all rattled and nervous. I was like, I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, that's they want you to basically respect them, but they don't respect how you see things. And I think that's a little I don't know. I wouldn't buy into those people, man. I would just keep walking. I wouldn't even
Dude, it's just emasculated males that are looking for drama, man. Like it's just insanity.
They want attention, maybe.
No, but it's like they've been emasculated, all the bullshit's got to them, and
they want to play women's sports so they could dominate the women's sports and feel like a champion.
It's weakness, man. Got weak.
But when in history, somebody said the Roman troops were Transformers. Imagine getting conquered by a bunch of Transformers, man. I wouldn't even want that to be written down in history. I'd be embarrassed. Oh, man. I'm a woman. I'm not a man. I know, faceplant. I was just being stupid. I used to always look at the moon and be like, how the fuck is that rock levitating in space? Like, what keeps these rocks separated, right? How come they never crash into each other? And then you start to learn the stuff they teach. Like, I don't know. What's up, Dom?
Hey, Charles.
Hey, Dom.
Hey, JG.
Yeah, I gotta apologize to Axis. I gotta get a hold of him once again.
Dude,
Anyway,
Axis just wants people on his team, right? It's like he wants people to treat him the way he treats others, and he's old school, man. It's not even old school.
I respect that. That's why I have respect for Axis. You know, he didn't even really say nothing for that whole incident, and it's like, I don't know, man.
I'm the same way. I just kind of gave up on all that shit. You know, it's too frustrating. You know.
Yeah, people see things different. It's gonna happen. You know, so sometimes I think, I don't know. I have my opinions. Nothing bad against Axis, and I don't blame him for being mad because he just like you said, he just wants the same he puts out. He don't disrespect people when he comes here.
He said you pick sides, right? So I mean, he's looking at you like, what the fuck, Chuck? You're taking this guy's side. You're letting this shit happen. You know, he's basically if it was vice versa, he would say, yo, what the fuck? Leave Chuck alone. You know.
Well, I didn't pick any side. I tried to stay neutral, but even when you stay neutral, you're gonna get blamed. You know. So
yeah, but what I'm saying is when somebody's out of line and you kind of let somebody victimize someone else and you don't stick up for the person that's getting shit on, you know.
I did.
That's what pisses people off.
I did stick up actually, but that whole I came first thing, man. It's doing exactly what it was created to do, man. What people seen that day, that's exactly what I think that whole concept's created to do, man. Bring out confusion and not confusion, but bring out disagreements, and that creates arguments all the time. Because Axis left, he didn't even, I forgot what he said. It wasn't on disrespectful. He just said he don't agree. And then, you know, but whatever. I shouldn't have to apologize because I didn't do nothing, but I know no one else is gonna.
Well, dude, he's been talking about it. I don't think he's expecting an apology. I think it's just he wishes that somebody would just, like, he wishes in your shoes, in your position, you would just say, hey, what the fuck to True Zone? Like, what are you doing, bro?
I did. I talked to True Zone about it.
I'm saying right when it happens.
I did. I stuck up for Axis. He left. But
all right, well, I'm gonna shut up because this ain't even my business. I'm trying to just do a good deed here, I guess.
you know, my whole point is I shouldn't have to do none of that. We're all grown men, and it's mind-boggling how we can't even have conversations whether we agree or disagree and all that agree shit. Agree? What's agree? But yeah, that's just what I'm tired of. Is we can't even have a logical conversation, man. It's like, but no disrespect to True Zone, but I think he's taking his anger out on the wrong people, man. You know, I think he should take it out on the government and not, you know. But anyway, and Faceplant 2 was involved. Anyway, we change subject now.
A lot of the older guys just gotta, just shit on these people right back. Like if somebody's coming at you like a dickhead, just come right back at them. Like, hey, or not, just walk away. This shit's retarded.
Yeah. I don't know. You can't. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up myself.
Nah. Hey, what's up, y'all? Nah, I'm on your side. Nah, you're not supposed to be nobody's bodyguard. If they can't handle themselves, they can see the door, get the book out. Straight up. How am I supposed to be your buddy? Right? But if you having a conversation, somebody's talking shit to you, I'm not supposed to jump in and get your back. What? That's crazy.
I think, to be honest, Truth Zone took it to the next level, man. Like, he didn't have to do all that.
Yeah.
I had the same conversation with Truth Zone. It wasn't resolved, but yeah, he stuck at it. He didn't get insulted, though.
Yeah.
Well, dude, Charles has a panel, right? Say somebody comes up on panel, they want to communicate, and then this other guy's out of pocket coming at you saying ridiculous shit. Then you're like, yo, what the fuck,
No, that's all get cool
that's
and
all it is.
Yeah, that's all get cool and talk shit. That's all get cool and talk shit about trans people, though. All 5 of us can agree on that. You see where that goes? You see what I'm saying? If you're talking shit and someone starts talking shit, defend yourself. If you can't defend yourself, that's it.
Yeah.
Nah, it's not talking shit, though. It's like when somebody's trying to manipulate you or they're just fucking on some bullshit in their fields, or just they want to dominate you. It's some weird fucking
Just tell them you don't
shit.
fucking agree with them and move on, That's what I'm sorry, dude. You can put as much evidence as you want. I just don't agree with you. What you see as evidence.
100%.
Fuck you, you inbred fucking motherfucker. Yeah, it's like, all right.
100%.
Well, it don't have to be all like that, but yeah.
That's where I come from. See, I don't care what shit you talk. I don't care whatever,
I don't have to agree with anything, right?
Yeah, that's it. I don't care what shit you talk. I know what I am. I know who I am and all that. So you can't make me mad. I'm not going to try to kill you because you said some stupid shit online, What the hell? Supply your evidence. If you can't, then it's called an opinion. Everybody has them. They're like assholes. Have a good day. Period.
Yep.
All right. I got respect for Axis and people that come up here. But I'll take the blame. It's Chuck's fault.
Dude, the whole thing with Axis is he just wishes you would fucking have his back sometimes. That's all it is. I mean,
it ain't Chuck's fault.
No, but what I'm saying is he just wishes you would have his back on some shit. Like when it's time, you could actually step in and be like, hey, what the fuck? You're out of line. That's all it is, man.
I think you guys are awesome. I think you guys are all cool to me, but that's my opinion, right? You know what I mean?
I like you, Cyril. Nice meeting you again. Glad you came back.
On Tuesday I was looking for you, Max. I was like, "Where's Max?" And somebody was like, "No, Axis." I was like, "No, I'm looking for Max." Guy who was talking about the fucking electronic, bullshit that they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Dude's cool, yeah.
Yeah, I do most of my broadcasting on the weekends. That's when I'm out and about.
Just, it would be nice if people can, I know that whole I came first thing through the 8 years of me analyzing these conversations. It always leads to what happened. It always leads to that. But I don't agree with that either, man. I think that whole concept is just there's no evidence to prove any of that, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how the fuck would we find out? I think that shit is done. There's no way to find that shit out. And then who cares? Because we're here together anyways now. So who gives a
Right.
shit? We're all
How are we gonna
suffering.
fix today?
Yeah.
You know, how are we gonna fix now in the future?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, to a personal level, I see why Truth Zone is serious about it. You know, to self, it should matter to you of your ancestors, but you know,
Yeah, okay. I hear that. But shit, moving forward, bro, that ancestor shit really ain't gonna get us nowhere. On some real stuff, like moving forward, like, okay, so now we're all in the same compost heap together. Why am I caring about like what the fuck some Serengeti? You know what I mean? Like, who cares at this point? So I get it. It's good to know. That's
Yeah.
like a point of knowledge or whatever. But no,
So
it's not.
the Hatfields and McCoys, your granddaddy punched my granddaddy in the face, so now I got to kill you.
Yeah. That's why gangs are the way they are, man, because they can't let shit go. It's just going to be a continuous cycle. At some point, when are people going, you know, I know I'll use an example. Let's say me and JG were beefing, right? And people that are in our so-called gang killed each other. You know, at some point, man, some gang members say the cycle is never going to end till we're all dead on each side. And to me, that's just nonsense.
Yeah, that's absurd.
So knowing that, Charles.
Why are we killing each other? You know? What was that math start?
That was dumb.
I'll take a spin on this, actually, even though this is more noise.
I mean, Dom, sorry.
So who or what is doing the defending and who and what is doing the attacking?
At this point, we don't know.
Well, but that, again, I'm just putting a question out there. A person should be able to have discernment from within. The fact that you say you don't know, okay, at that point, duct tape. So knowing that people don't know, that's where you do the inquiry. Who's one's friends, who's one's enemy? It's never outside. So now when a person's constantly talking about somebody else, you're finding out about your triggers. This is a different version of trauma. Unless there's something that can serve you for identifying somebody else's label, this person's name, that person's name, how does it really serve? You know, I get it. Most people don't realize how indoctrinated they have. They've been watching sports or whatever, or playing chess, spending way too much time thinking about the outcome opposed to just playing the game for what it is. I know there's rules that have to be in place. Charles, you're a host. There is rules. If you don't enforce the rules, you're going to have anarchy. But how does anarchy look like outside of one individual? It becomes chaos. So now once a person realizes, I'm not caught up in my defending or attacking, those are outcomes. I'm not caught up in my likes and my dislikes. Once a person becomes aware of that, they're no longer judging. They're just doing discernment, wisdom. Now, when somebody talks about we're the first ones here, I said, okay, we're talking about on the physical level, spiritual level, because you're going around telling you your color of skin is black or white. I already know you're asleep. Why? Because your skin doesn't clearly show it's black or white. It's either dark skin or light skin, and even that, it transforms depending if you're tanning yourself. Again, this is children having conversations about other people, and it's revealing each other by thinking you're allowed to be triggered by it. Trigger is not about what you think is negative. Your triggers for most people is what they think is positive. I like things. There's your trigger. Dare not be tested on that. Anyway, spin that for a while, guys.
Dom, you think you're so intelligent, man. You're showing off. Chuck, stick up for Dom. What you know?
you know, JG, I'm amused by that, right? But thank you for entertaining me.
Nah, it's shit like that, you know. Somebody mouths off.
Which is fine. People can mouth off. The question is, you sit there and you go inwards and you're listening from within. You're hearing other people and saying, wonder why they're doing that. And if you're actually knowing that there's something within you that's there the whole fucking time, it's the one that's doing the functioning of the body, the liquids. When you go to sleep, it's there. It's called what some people call the higher self. Let me change the word, the higher program. Now, most people are there in the conscious state. They're thinking, well, that guy's my enemy. I said, how is he your enemy? Is he a different blood type than you? Is he a different birth order? Is he a different color of skin? Is he a different gender? How the fuck does that matter? It's a question. Those are questions. I might have said it in a very kind of thing, but how does it serve to know whether or not another person thinks we were the first, I don't know, manipulated species here? And even that, how could you prove that? Written works? That's old news, written work. Did you experience it? Did you observe it before it was written down? Did you go inwards intuitively? You went with your midgut? Did you play with your upper hemisphere? These are just questions. And if you actually go into a state of peace, silence, and you listen within, then it'll say, okay, all those other times you've been doing for the last 30, 40, or 50 years, you've been full of fucking shit. You just didn't know it at the time. And of course, shit is useful. Why? Because you need it when you're planting a seed. But hey,
I like that.
Carry on with the noise. More noise. I just created noise. See, once I open my mouth, there's noise.
That's useful noise, though. You molded it.
It can be, Charles, but how long do I need to? I've already mantra this within myself. I embody this information. Doesn't mean I have to always manifest it into the physical. I would hope that people realize how many people, there's 40 of us, how many of us actually have to put their hands on the stove to become realizing you're actually somewhat wise now. But everybody wants to, hey, not everybody, that's what we're generalizing. Oh, I want to put the hands on the stove too. I said, so we're not going to learn from our ancestors? We're just going to keep stumbling over and over. I got to be the first one. I'm the first one that dunks. I'm the first one that hits a home run. Really? First for what?
Do you yield, my brother?
I have a very strong battery on my drone, and sometimes it hovers. But if you want to share, please go ahead. I'll hear you out.
Okay. Simple enough. We're all people here. Y'all got feelings. Y'all got hopes, dreams, love, stuff like
You
that.
kind of mumbled.
Okay, my bad. We all have dreams. We're all people here. I'd rather not focus on the past. I'll focus on the future. Now, I do understand the past helps or whatever, but moving forward, I just like focusing on the future. So I don't really, me being as black as tar, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really give a shit about any of that. Other people do. Other people internalize all that stuff. And I guess, they go where they go, or it gets them where it gets them. But that's not me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like that we can come together and try to figure stuff out. So, but yeah.
So the question would be then, if a person wants to go inwards, are you the vessel? Are you the thoughts?
No, I'm everything. I'm the thoughts. I'm the shit outside of the thoughts.
Okay.
You're the observer and the observed.
Well done. Yeah. Okay. So now, obviously, you've done your work inwards. So now there's the essence to things, and this is where a lot of people don't realize that. You might. This is why we still have chaos going on here, because a lot of people still are in a conscious of ignorance. They don't realize the language we speak is not out there. We're describing things, but it's not out there. The emotions that we express. So we really don't really see anger. We see it manifest in the physical, and then we associate to it. Like we're like a lapdog at that point. Giving a good little pet and say, okay, this is what you are. I said, no. Because really, we're in the mind, we're in life. We breathe it in every day. Or every moment, actually. That's probably a better way of putting it. But again, do we truly challenge the languages that we use? Like English, a meaningful language. It's a dumbed down version, no different than the written work. Is there even such thing as a past and a moment or the future? Or are we just talking about memories? When people talk about some future endeavor, a Christian might say, well, we're going to go to heaven. I said, okay, so we forgot all the middle parts. We're going to have Wi-Fi, cars, all kinds of new devices along the way. That's not of interest for a lot of people. They're usually caught up in their belief systems. Even myself, whether it's in ideals or dogmas, commerce, religion, state, pick one and have fun with it for a while. Just try not to be converted or be concerned about its outcome. But for a lot of folks, they don't realize how extent the indoctrination really works. The word "in" kind of gives it away, but it is a doctrine of some sort. How many books are going to have to be written? How many podcasts are going to have to be spoken for anybody to actually grasp it and go inwards? And yes, well done. We're talking about the observer and the observer. That's beyond the know thyself. Who's the knower and who's the self? Those are programs. The ego, the vessel. The self is the ongoing program. Now, we can change words back and forth because, of course, that's what the English language does. They're not speaking Greek or Mandarin or Sanskrit. Not to say I do those things, but we can, again, we don't have to actually experience these things to understand them, let alone have discernment, wisdom. Most people think value is knowledge. Knowledge is just a child. To know things doesn't mean you truly understand it, let alone have discernment. I need some soap for my mouth.
What's the topic?
The value of silence. I almost said science. Science, silence.
The science is settled.
So this dude, random guy, gave me a piece of paper, pamphlet, and this shit is titled 1984 AI Marxist Leninist USA, an existential issue. And it's fucking batshit crazy.
What does it say?
So, like, I'll just say, I'll read this first part and you'll see. The greatest issue facing the United States today is that of artificial intelligence. It's displacing jobs, it's displacing jobs on a massive scale. When people are left without work, the question arises, what do we do with them? Human nature drives us to follow groups and ideologies, often blindly, and communists excel at this scientific manipulation of cults. By subverting the leaders of ideological factions, they ignite class wars by pitting classes against each other, ultimately selecting a winner with what they call the rule of law. You see how misconstrued this shit tries to like be your friend, but in the end it's making one person an enemy. It does the same exact thing as everything else. You know what I mean? Like it's making one sort of like big bad boss in the room that we're all supposed to fight. It's crazy.
The true enemy is self. So,
Yeah.
you know,
Division itself.
because you could always, you know, you don't have to partake in all that stuff. Even me, I let my anger get the best of me sometimes.
Oh yeah, for sure. Me too.
I still get triggered off of certain videos. It fires me up.
So once again, if you become aware that you're not the vessel, then why are you concerned about what humanity does or doesn't do? Humanity is just the beast, the human form. It's a mortal thing. It's called the ego, the I, the id. The self is the ongoing program. That'll be like me talking to Siri. Siri, are you the computer? No, I'm not, Dom. Are you the Wi-Fi? No, I'm not, Dom. Are you the electricity? No, I'm not. Are you the program? Yes. So this is where know thyself, know thy program. Now I'm just using words. Back in the days, they would have called them daemons. So it's a program. You're on an ongoing program. Just think about it. How the heck do you guys know how to speak this language? You got programmed, but that's not who you are. No different than the vessel. We're in the age of Aquarius. We're moving away from the physical experience, hence transhumanism and metaphysical. Now, I know people like to bitch and complain. I said, yeah, but you like to drive cars, don't you? You like Wi-Fi, you like GP, you like trucks, you like their TV and all that. That's advanced technologies. If we were talking solely about the human race, like giraffes or whatever, we wouldn't have a lot of this this technology. unless you understand how Wi-Fi works or how actually everything gets triangulated. Now, is there some side effects to it? Yes, because not all beings actually in a form are all designed the same. We have different blood types. We have different heights. You know, lucky they just keep it very simple and having two different gender, worrying about whether or not they're going to manipulate a third gender. That's just more distractions, especially when you're in a mortal form. Now, if you want to play with morals because you're in a mortal form, let's keep on going. But you're already anchored. You're worrying about whether or not I'm a nationalist, I'm an American, I'm a Canadian, or I'm a Catholic, or I'm a Christian. That's like saying, okay, well, I don't acknowledge the birth certificate. Only if you only think that you're the vessel. If you're not, then you're not those things. Thoughts. Once we speak, that's afterthoughts. If you're really playing this game, if not, you're fucking asleep. You just don't know it yet, and you're yapping for the sake of yapping. I'm doing it quite well right now. I'm being the idiot. But I'm okay with it, by the way.
Okay, the play is the thing.
Sure, it is. The illusion, Maya. You need actors, Max. You know that. You need actors. And what do? Give them a script. Okay, yep. I'm gonna grow up. I'm gonna be a father. Okay, so there's a persona. I'm gonna be an electrician. There's another persona. That's not who we are. You get to experience those things if you choose to.
Mm-hmm.
It's just when people start talking about, okay, well, you're my enemy. I said, you've never been outside, unless you're talking about astral traveling when you're in a different state. Outside of that, you're still in that vessel. So I'm not experiencing what you're experiencing. So what the fuck would I be debating, arguing with? That's delusional at best. And a lot of people caught up in that shit. And they wonder why it's a shit show. All fun and games until the third eye gets poked.
Then it's a sport.
Then it becomes a sport. It could even be an Olympic sport.
Yeah.
Who would you like to represent? I'd like to represent me. Who's me? I'm going to keep that as a secret for a while.
We lost Charles.
He'll be back.
Who's the big bad guy in the room this time? You know what I mean? Like, at one point it was this religion, that religion, this color, that color. Who's the big? Now it's the Marxist, now it's the communist.
Oh,
national.
you went mute on us.
It's a joke.
True.
I observe it, I'll be like, damn, I hope nobody falls for that.
Well, I suppose it comes down to, you want to be a creator of your society or just an observer, you know. I'm in the play, so I like to interact and engage. It's fun.
Yeah, I'm the observer. I'm definitely the observer. I'm not the one to engage and try to be some hero. You know, that archetype, that Heru, that Theseus archetype. Oh, I'm not that guy. Hell no. For sure. Yeah, I'll be the observer. It's funny. It's entertaining, you know?
Yeah, you can do both. You can realize that you are just the observer and still interact.
Well, the thing is, we're always the observer. You know, there's a couple programs running at any given moment.
Yeah.
You know, it's just that when we're experiencing things, we don't realize we're still observing. It's like me describing something. I know this is where we have discernment. You know, there is a difference. The experiencer is usually playing with one of the languages of senses. So what are you really hearing? And can it easily be misled? Sure, it can. It's a game that we choose to play. Just because a lot of people are ignorant about certain things, you know, it's going to continue with or without our existence here. We jump around in different forms. You know, somebody wants to believe that they came in the womb. I said, okay, then you have to explain astrology then. Why is it based on after you've been birthed, opposed to worrying about being in the vessel?
Oh, they claim it's backdated. Some people claim it's backdated 9 months. But
Again, it's each individual, Max. There's no way, like, even if we could prove things like there was dinosaurs or there were big giants and all that, how does this serve? You know, it'd be like talking to philosophers.
It's kind of fun.
It is.
Hold on, I went to a site. I don't know if maybe, I don't know, Satan or somebody put these big ass fossils in this ground in the ground, but I went to a big ass site where they was pulling out this shit that looked like fucking lizards, man, big ass lizards.
Yeah.
You know, I guess, you know, somehow they made themselves down there or something, but I saw that shit firsthand. It was
Yeah.
up here in Red Rocks, fucking Colorado.
Well, the thing is, Charles, everything's been manipulated in some things. So yes, we can entertain the idea and say yes, but did I actually experience it? No. I might have seen the aftermath. In this case, you could see big bones and all that. But then to construct it and say, okay, we're going to make some cartoon version. This is what dinosaurs might have looked like, unless a person taps in and say, okay, I recall from a previous lifespan. But then again, that'll be like seeing an alien. How do you explain it to other people? And then people spend way too much time saying the word fact. The word act gives it away, but it's yesterday's news. You know, news. What is news? Northeast, west, south? Are we talking about laws now? You know, again, this is where we indoctrinate each other with our energies. So then a person says, yeah, well, the dinosaurs must have existed. Well, then how would you prove that? To the senses, how would you prove that? Because you show a picture to me, you do some sigils, your brain, you put me in some sort of hypnosis state or whatever.
And I saw big bones of big lizards being pulled out of the ground, bro.
Yeah, well, I'm not here to denounce that. I'm giving you the benefit of that. You saw what you saw. But to think that we're going to talk about a civilization, how it existed back then. It's like when people talk about the story of Jesus. I reflected more towards the luminaries, not on a human character. You know, the sun, maybe Venus. I don't know. Satan could be Saturn. I don't know. Again, you know, is he the adversary? Are we all adversaries to each other? You know, again, this is where we play with the beginner mind ideal. You know, opposed to indoctrination. Well, I have a belief system. Yeah, that's a given in my world. But why would you have to say that out loud? You know, like what religion? Which one are we talking about? Religion, state, biology, science? What belief system do you want to talk about? And then, of course, the person says, "Yeah, but I can prove it." I said, "Okay, so how did you get conditioned with the language you're going to try to prove it with?" Now we're talking about the Russian dolls. You're within the doll, within another doll, trying to explain the outside doll. This ought to be interesting, but I'll sit back and I'll enjoy myself. Because I'm hoping it serves them in some way. No different than me talking. It might serve me in some way. Sometimes it's just a skip record going over and over again.
I gotta find these books, Dom. I don't know how true this is, but the video I played earlier, it said it was talking about the builders of these buildings were here before the Indians. But then I would question, how would they know that? But
again, how would that serve that information? You know, somebody takes a stance. We were the first one here. I said, okay, so were you manipulated? Well, I don't know that. I said, okay, because we speak our own truth, whether we know it or not. I don't know. But let's say you did know. How would you apply discernment to that? I don't know, Don. Oh, okay. So then go inwards, maybe do some meditating, do some fasting, go into that state of silence, maybe, and then once you practice like a mantra so you can embody it, and then eventually one of your senses can pick it up, or maybe one of your neurons can pick it up.
I got a question for you real quick. You know about consensus, right?
I've heard of the word, yes. Carry on.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say consensus, it has a lot to do with consensus when you're dealing with a reality that we're supposed to be sharing. Like you said, it can all be, the metaphysical part of it is it could all be a dream. It could all be what is it called? Hologram, a hyperspace simulation.
Mm-hmm.
It can all be that. But how do we get to something to where we can say that this is true and this is false? How do we get to that point? I guess is what
ego.
Well, you could do, well, the ego might play a part in all that. You can do body consciousness. You could do, how was the word to use? You can use your intellect to basically to deduct what it isn't as a start. Doesn't mean whatever's left and it must be true. Because most things, if not all things, could be easily be misled. My senses could all be misled. So I'm always going to be very hesitant. Even when I say shit, I'm going to hear myself. And I'm like, okay, the way you presented it, yeah, it's entertaining. Now, consensus, as you're talking about, Sarah, there's energy behind all that stuff. It's like there's energy behind numbers and colors. But most people are just going to use numbers, not going to understand the number 9 has its own energy. Same with number 8. It's like a sigil kind of ideal. So we don't realize how much the energies through prana, air, whatever you want to call it, we're picking all that up. So some people might be acutely aware of picking up somebody else's energy of anger, upset, sadness, or whatever. So if enough people start jamming into all of that kind of frequency, then it's going to be very challenging for other people that are going to try to sort through all of that and maybe play with the idea of whatever. I can't even say it's the truth, is maybe something that's true. Because, you know, I go with the idea that's energy.
Okay, I hate to do this because I like how you espouse your thoughts.
What are you
But
hating?
I gotta go back to the numbers thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Numbers having its own frequency and energy.
I'm saying energy, yep.
Right. Are not numbers concepts? Is not the number system, which is based off the laws of logic. Is that not just a concept of mind itself?
That's what we're doing. We're playing concept, yes. Ideals, concept.
So, I mean, the concept, so what you're saying is the concept of the number 9 or the concept of the number 7 has its own frequency and energy, but not the number itself, because the number itself is a concept of the number system, right? And the number system isn't physical or real as much as any other thought. It's a thought, but it's not actually.
Yeah, it's like time, just a measurement.
Yeah, it's a measurement. Well, we use numbers. Same with, like, even in the skies, the luminaries, those are science. That's not time. The distance between the luminaries and what's getting manifested on Earth is what some people might understand as time and space. But that's out there. So now energy is a concept. So I'm going to use the word energy. So when we start speaking, there's sounds and frequency behind that. Hence why we have energy and motion. Number 9 is just a gauge for the spiritual meeting the material. Number 8 is the material number. Number 7 is the spiritual number. Number 6 is the what people use for carbon and all that kind of stuff. So again, there is actually energy behind each one. But for most folks, they're going to use it 1 + 1 = 2. Oh, okay. And then this is where people play with acronyms of 3 opposed to acronyms of 4s. You know, you see 3 1s. This is where they play with Tesla 369. But what happened when you start playing with acronyms of 4? You see 4 1s. You're seeing what's called gauging of time. Again, gauging. You know, you need something to gauge. It's like we all have names. Those are labels. If I use the name Dominic opposed to Domenico, two different energies. Number Dominic will bring me to the energy of number 11, a master number. Domenico's with the Lord. Now, these are just energies. This is the shit that I play with myself. I'm not here to write books. And even when people hear me, that's all you're doing is you're hearing me. Best respect anybody can ever do with me is hear me out. By saying you agree or disagree, that's your program now talking. I agree. I don't give 2 shits about you agreeing or disagreeing. I'm not going to get caught up in that duality game. I'm going to just share out loud. How people perceive that information, that's on them, if that's important to them. Back to you were saying, what are you going to hate?
No, of course none of that. I guess I was just asking because you said 2 + 2 is 4. How? What's the mechanism?
You sound a little muffled.
My bad. Sorry. It's the stupid ass new phone. This shit is dope. When you buy a new phone and it's fucked up. But
high tech. It's
no,
so high tech.
what I was getting to was you said 2 + 2 = 4. How do we all get to the point to where we agree that a measurement plus a measurement is equal a new measurement, and everybody can be okay with that? You see what I mean? Like, how do we get to that consensus?
It's conditioning. I have to learn what 2 is, let alone plus, let alone equal. If I tell somebody else 4 and 4 is, they're going to quickly say 8. I said, did I say plus or equal? Again, that's the person that's beginning the beginner's mind and receptive mind, not just open. You have to be a receptive mind. So you have to follow within first, because outside we're always going to manipulate each other, whether we know it or not. So, but 2 + 2, I was just using as an example, equals 4. But we're talking about numbers. Duality 4 is for time. That's why you don't have it in a sequence, Sianakwi sequence, whatever. But again, that's just gauging. Is there something else behind all of that? This is why we have things, and then there's the essence to things as the observer, and then there's the ones that's being observed from the observed. It's a game that we play with each other. That's why we're in the illusion. Now, if you want to get into like the dream world, where more times that person has a chance to be in silence and stillness, and that's why some people in like other countries, like gurus, they might classify them. They might say, listen, they can actually be in the waking state, but they can be in that stillness and silence. It's when we start talking is that we're no longer in silence. Now we're playing with frequency and sound. If a person's channeling, opposed to just having a channel.
Nice. Have you ever had questions like this before?
Well, I hope the question that you're asking for you. I have all kinds of questions I have for myself.
Now, have you ever been asked questions like this before from somebody other than yourself?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I have. Yeah, usually I have. Yeah. Usually I'm reading the energy to see whether or not
I like.
sincere.
Okay, so I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I like the laws of logic, but I want to see if there's ways you could, if there's something we're missing. Obviously, there's a lot of shit we're missing.
Yes.
So I want to see if maybe it's somewhere within our own logic is the reason why we're missing all these answers that we're looking for. Like as a people, as humanity, there's a lot of questions that we have, and I'm all like, it has to be us then. If it's nothing you can find out there, it has to be yourself.
Well, the self
So
will get you
I
so
started
far. Sorry, the self will get you so far. You have to be in your feminine energy. Again, this is not about males and females. So once you're in your feminine energy, you're in the teachable energy. And that's usually where most women are predisposed with this, because it's the gut brain, not the upper brain. Logic is for the upper brain. This is where you get scholars and scribes. So now once you're in the gut, you have words like insight, intellectual insight. And this is where people get into that wisdom state. The masculine part is the programmable part. That's why we have TV programs, radio programs. It's usually the one that actually knows how to be in that teachable state. Teachable. We can teach each other, but we're not teachers for each other. That's from within. So if one person's using their gut, this is where some people get misled and they say, well, I follow the heart. I said, well, what goes to the heart? Blood. What is blood? Memory. If people do backbiting, all that, you're going to taint your heart. If that's what you're looking for. But logic will get you only so far.
Yeah, no, I've realized that a couple years ago, like about 4 years ago. I was like, well, logic could get you only so far, but it's more than just logic. There's an intuition that's behind the logic, is what I'm thinking.
Yes, very true. Yes, I'm with you on that. Intuitive, yes.
Or it wouldn't be what it is,
Mm-hmm. But then you're gonna get some people, if not a lot of people, will get pushback because there's people that are just very upper hemisphere. They're trying to read the Bible, opposed to, okay, so how was it downloaded?
Rigid, too rigid. Yeah, I call them rigid. They're too rigid.
Mm-hmm.
I used to be rigid like that.
All knowledge is within you, right? But how fun is the game if you have all knowledge?
Well, to know is important. Knowledge is important, Max. I'm with you on that. But it's still the child. It's like looking at the tree of life. Where's knowledge?
It's within you.
People will go like this. The people are so rigid, and this is the hemisphere that I came from, is where they'll go so far to explain stuff because they'll have so much knowledge. But then when they don't know, they'll go, no, I don't know. So therefore, whatever you're talking about is bullshit. And, whatever you're saying is just hearsay because nobody knows.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's pretty, you'll never find out that way. You'll never figure anything out that way, not fully.
Well, then you'll find out whether you're attached. Go ahead, Max.
Then you're just stuck in your own thoughts, in your own little echo chamber, right?
Yeah, but I mean, even if your knowledge increases, it can never increase to the potential of where someone who's speculating, someone who's looking, someone who's trying to figure it out, it'll never reach that level because they don't know. So it's like, well, fuck it. I'm not going to, excuse my language, I'm not going to look because I don't know.
Yeah, if you don't see, you'll never know.
Yeah, you'll never know. Yep.
Well, they're caught up more times on the evil realm, the material realm, opposed to being in the spiritual part. So when a person just knows only certain things, they'll defend it, let alone they'll attack. I said, but do you really understand what you're defending? No. So then what are you attacking? So it's a perpetual cycle for them, and they're caught up in programs, which is duality. This is where people make singularity into a duality. They're caught up in their rights and wrongs opposed to directions. So how do you prove somebody right? Well, you got to convince them that they're wrong. No different. How do you convince somebody to be a master? You got to convince somebody else to be a slave. That's a perpetual cycle. That gets you fucking nowhere, but spins wheels. And then this is where people say about knowledge. Knowledge is just like, again, it's a child. It's just one stumbling. It's above the stumbling block of belief systems. So I don't know what's out there. Like, is the sun and the moon, are they material? I don't know. So I can only speculate at that point. And then somebody said, I wrote a book. I said, fuck, now I'm going to actually look down at the cartoon written version of it.
But hold on. Even the act of speculation allows you that chance to figure out the truth.
If you
The act of reaching your hand out in the darkness, yeah, maybe you fucking find the elephant, maybe it's just a wall there and there was really nothing, or maybe there's something else here, and you can fucking travel, I don't know, 100 million miles in that direction.
But Charles, what happened if I told you?
On the light.
Okay, but what happened if I told you?
Yeah, straight up, and cut the lights on. I like that.
Well, what happened if I told you?
If we all come to a consensus, do we manifest that reality, or does it?
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's how it works.
Well, that's how one perceives it. So now, if you said a word, I'm just going to challenge the word, not you. When does one ever see elephant?
The light?
I'm talking about elephant. When does one ever see elephant?
Oh, an elephant? When does one really ever see an elephant?
See elephant. You're saying the word, but where do you see it?
I've seen a pink elephant.
Oh no, you see now you're doing subdirectories.
I've never seen an elephant in real life.
Is this like some light metaphysical shit here? Like where you're looking at the thing, you're actually looking at the light that's reflecting off of the thing, or?
No, it's all in your mind.
It's right. Well, it's
okay. It's inside of your head.
It is,
yeah,
but it's not in your mind. You're in the mind.
Yeah, I hear you.
This is where we start possessing things. You don't own things. You don't own thoughts. You get to experience them, or you can observe them. Experience means I would actually speak it out. Observe and say, I don't have nothing to say. You go into silence. So when I say to somebody, where do you see elephant? Charles says pink elephant. You're using different words to classify something that's not there. This is where they play the subjective with the objective. We're still using words to try to describe things. So once you realize that, then I don't see the color of my skin. No, you don't. You're playing in the spiritual realm. But the illusion is in the spirit. The material is constant. It's there. We give it a label. I can call that a tree. I can call that a sequoia tree. But I'm aware that those words don't exist there. Then you start realizing you're living in a material realm, an evil realm.
I don't see it as evil.
Well, but I'm playing with words now. Evil world, material world. It's the same fucking thing. Remember, you're using
there
English
is no spoon. Yeah, there is no spoon. I get it. Like you preach it to the choir. I understand it's all of, but we have to get to a consensus to even understand what elephant is, right?
Charles, you're the few at that point. It could be millions of us. We're the few. The masses are asleep, and they will. It might take them a couple of lifespans, whether or not they even want to play with the concept of lifespan.
Yeah,
if that's the case, then well, maybe. But then again, who's giving us this technology? Did any of us
they're screwed. Yeah, they're screwed if they can't open their eyes. But that's on them. You know what I'm saying?
We're still ignorant too, unless you want to try to explain to us, sleepy folks, how did Wi-Fi come to be? How did metal come to be?
How did Wi-Fi come to be?
Yeah. How do those two objects up in the sky stay up there? A balloon doesn't stay up that long. A plane doesn't stay up that long. So what actually created all that kind of stuff? It's beyond the human capacity, let alone the beings. We can speculate. This is where the gods used to, or the demigods in this case, used to speculate. So who created the dome that we're in? Forget about flat earthers and globes. Those folks are asleep.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. There's no way you can prove that we're inside of, just like you can't prove, everybody says you can't prove we're on a ball spinning around 26 miles an hour or whatever, 26,000 miles an hour or whatever. you can't possibly prove that it's a dome. You have speculation
There you go, Cyril. There you go. That's why I'm parroting, and that's why I say
okay.
when I open my mouth, it's noise. I'm being honest with the self, with the program. Most people, they think, oh yeah, well, I understand all of that. Okay, so you understand all of that. Okay, so how would, because the word understand gives it away. So how would you try to explain it to
Sometimes you
someone?
have to stand under. Look, listen. Sometimes you have to stand under things in order to acknowledge them. Sometimes there's something bigger than you that you have to stand under.
I'm with you.
Yeah, that's
I love
all that means.
I love you playing with words. I enjoy it. But unfortunately, for a lot of folks, they're like you had said the word rigid or whatever. They got to prove a point, opposed to there's many points. How about you just share them so we can hear each other?
Yeah, I hear you.
You know, this is where people debate. You know, debate and masturbate. I said that's better done alone with the self.
What the fuck?
You know, but again, nobody sees it through my senses. So then, what would they be debating with then?
They're fishing for information, so
course
they
they are.
need debate.
Yeah, so they can do finger pointing and say, see, I caught you. Caught me doing what?
You know what? When it comes to the truth, you can do all that, and then you're just gonna end up fucking hurting yourself. You know?
That's true. I'm with you
It's
on
like
that.
trying to pin a murder on somebody who never did it. Like you're gonna try to do this and that to figure things out, but it's just not gonna manifest in that direction.
Yeah, and guess what has to pay the price? The vessel does. Guy commits a crime with his mental, emotional energy, and next thing you know, the vessel has to pay the price. Wait till you actually pop out of that vessel, then you got to pay a real price.
Oh
But hey,
yeah, yes.
but again, this is where people want to play with the ideal of karma, action. The word act gives it away. There's so many words with the word act in it. You know, and that's why it's always fun when I'm saying, okay, so you're saying the word fact. Okay, so do you understand what it means? I'm asking them, do you understand what it means? I'm using the word mean. This is the meaningful end. Yeah.
Yeah, act. Yeah.
Action, actually, actors, actresses, we're all in the acting realm. You know, they're not actually really understanding. You're not really killing that being, are you? No, you're not. That's why when you see an animal, there's a living being in that animal. Same with that tree, same with that blade of grass. It's energy now. We can interpret it or take it. It's electricity. Let's play with that concept. It's electricity. Okay. So as above, so below. So is electricity above us and is there electricity below us? Because we got the middle earth, the grounding part.
But isn't that if you subscribe to that? A lot of people say that, but it's like, do you really subscribe to that belief? If it's one big like picture, if it's one big frame, there is no above or below. It's just one big ass moving you know,
Yeah, well,
like
that's the
it's one
illusion.
big ass moving picture. Yeah.
That's the illusion that we play. We subscribe to a whole bunch of stuff. Go ahead, Charles.
All shapes exist in this realm.
Mm-hmm. Or none of them, because then we use words to try to describe these shapes.
You know what? What you just said reminded me of a story. It's like these people were chained up inside of a cave,
Mm-hmm.
and there was a fire that reflected onto the wall that they were staring at, and it made shapes and shit. And so, like, they were really trapped in a different world. Like, they saw shapes and stuff moving, but really it was like lions and tigers and all types of stuff in the background. But they were still just so trapped in looking at the wall and the projections. Like, that's a projection. Like, as above, so below, in my opinion, is a projection.
Well, what you're saying there, Charles, this is where the concept of the eye of the beholder and the Plato's cave is the same thing. You're always living from within. Even that, we might just be receivers from somewhere else. Hence Kabbalah. We're receiving information. We have many receivers in this vessel. And it's not just the heart and the hemispheres.
Max, look at that. I just want to say this before he moves. Look at that square dark line. How it's see that? That's weird. Like they cut that out and took it from a different. Those are the footprints right there. You see those footprints, Max, right? Those are the footprints of that. That's what you're gonna show.
Big giants. Big giants. You heard of that brain in the vat concept?
Max found these footprints in the desert over in, I think it's Africa, right, Max? I don't think he could hear us. Yeah, it's
That's-
Africa.
wow, bro,
Oh, yeah.
the big giants over there.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, those are 400 meters long, each one of them.
What?
Yeah.
That's unreal, bro.
We're way
Well, you
up in
can
the
see
sky.
them right here. Look,
That's a mountain, right? And we're way up in the sky, and you can still see them right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
That's
huge.
it's
insane.
wild how they didn't disappear in windstorms and stuff. They're still there. So
Oh,
I
yeah.
start to question, how old are these footprints?
There's these little toes.
Ancient, man. Ancient. That's crazy.
Yeah, these are imprinted into the very first, some of the very first soils, you know.
Look how the light separates. It's like daytime and it's starting to get dark. That's weird, that straight line.
And you can see a stride and shit like it was a bipedal type.
Yeah.
It's not like no fucking four-legged animal or something.
And
That's
where was he
crazy.
going? Look where the footprints go. Like,
Right up over this thing, he walked. I think that was an egg at one time, and he stomped on the egg.
That's crazy.
yeah, too bad we couldn't follow the footprints. Maybe they go to an entrance or something.
Giants and shit, man. That's spooky.
Yeah.
What if you saw some shit like that? Like there ain't nothing you can do.
Well, think about it. If the ants go underground and we're the giants to the ants, we would be the ants to the titans. So I guarantee you there's underground caverns. And the whole thing of a cave, I wonder why they call it a cave. Maybe because I said, like I said 700 times. I know I'm repeating myself because it's a caved in. That looks like a dragon.
That might be a wing. That might be a winged dragon.
Like that's like his nest or some shit, right?
I think they killed it when it was before it was born.
That's crazy. Fuck. That brings in a lot of stuff like fucking dragons and a lot of stuff. That's why everybody talks about dragons.
Yeah.
A lot of old ancient pictures they're always killing the dragon.
Yeah. Big lizard. Big ass lizard.
I was showing these pictures of I watched this video of these guys, man. They're always going inside the earth. I just want to show this real quick. So I screenshotted this because I've never seen anything natural make such a perfect, that's rock, ceiling, like granite or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I thought of the word cave, right? Or caved in. Maybe these were like structures that were caved in. Because it always leads to these gigantic openings, and look at the crystal water, man. It's so clear. And this looks melted. All that looks like, or the inside of intestines of a being or something.
Lung.
Yeah, like some lungs or some shit. That's crazy.
Maybe he was a smoker too.
Did they find anything living down there? He said he was a smoker.
That's one thing that I've never seen when they go under the ground. I've never seen fish in the waters and no skeleton. There's one skeleton, and it was pretty far in the cave, so I was shocked to see it was a lobster. Just the whole skeleton of the lobster. It wasn't broken apart or nothing.
That's crazy.
I wonder what they're looking for under there. They're tomb raiding.
Now, this is kind of. It looks like a
I
feet.
hope there ain't no lizard people or some shit, because they be talking about lizard people and shit. You better hope there ain't no lizard people down there. Take you as a hostage.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that blows my mind seeing that. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, Max has some mind-blowing stuff.
This looks like a fetus, a giant fetus.
What was the name of that country? I remember when Max first came here, he was showing me all this stuff, and that country was named
Libya.
Libya, yeah.
He is a labia. It is
Yeah.
vagina. Yeah, that's freaking weird. Oh, yeah,
Even
sure.
the U.S. looks like a bird.
Yeah, that's wow.
Here, where's Yemen? Yemen's funny. Okay, on lizards. Okay, what they have is they have two things that look like penises that come out of them, right? So here we have over here one that's kind of half buried, and over here we have one that's kind of whole. But this is Yemen, and this is the end of the penile structure here in the black, right there. And what you can see coming, there's just something that comes out of it and covers the landscape.
Interesting.
So yeah, it looks like you replace the Y in Yemen with an S, and what do you get?
Semen.
Right. So Yemen
I
is
wonder why
called,
they call men on a boat in the ocean seamen.
yeah.
Yeah, that's weird. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So that long black thing here is supposed to be, could be one of the structures that are like the genitals of dragons.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I think this old world, they're hiding a lot of stuff. What? I don't know, but they're not telling us the complete truth, as we would call it, truth, whatever truth is.
Yeah, they're not telling us the whole story. I mean, but then again, you wouldn't know in order to control, you know?
Because look, this picture, well, since you're in the US, look at this.
Yeah.
Yep. It's bigger than that. Yeah, it's bigger though. The wings go straight up. Yep.
Yeah, Max show is going to show you. Where's that guy, Max, in the US? Remember that guy you showed me?
Oh, yeah. Right here.
He's dunking a basketball.
Prometheus.
Right there. Look, you see him? He looks like he's burnt into the ground, man, like a bomb went off and just atomic bomb, with a flash. Yep. It's like a picture.
Yeah.
That's Jordan Duncan, man.
I'll show you Quetzalcoatl and how I earlier said that DC is his butthole. It's
fucking good God. DC is his butthole.
He's a giant dragon in Mayan mythology. Here's his head. So this is his snout down here at the bottom. Goes up to his eyeball. And his body curves up and around. Goes all the way up the East Coast here. And Washington, D.C. is right where his butthole is.
What are they watching?
That's funny.
They're watching a dirty
fucking Quetzalcoatl. You ever get his ass?
Yeah.
That's funny. That's fucking hilarious. Isn't that like the serpent dragon or some shit like that?
Yep, Mayan mythology.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
They're always showing dragons like this. There's tons of pictures like that.
Yeah, they have a giant headdress in the drawing, like giant feathers on his head. It looks like it's these feathers here. So it looks like he actually has like the drawings. I don't know how. Here's even the dragon's beard right here. He always has a beard. That's what this is right here. There's another little one over here on the other side.
Well, that's cool.
I always wondered, I thought it was like, now that you mentioned feathers, they're kind of similar to tree leaves, the way the veins are in them. I always wonder why they were called a country, and I looked at the etymology of country. It means the council of a tree, meaning, which is interesting in itself. Considered all the old cosmology shows, we live on a giant tree. Yeah, Max.
So the tail feathers go all the way up here to Pennsylvania. But let's look at the bird. The bird in Mayan mythology was called Seven Macaw, and he was killed by two brothers and a couple of old people. They broke his jaw and they stole his eyes of silver. And up here in Newfoundland, we have what looks like could be a bird beak here. But look at the bottom jaw; it's out of place. Right? So
Wow, it kind of does look like a cardinal's head. It has that part right there. You know, it has like the feather comes up on its head.
yeah, here's what would be his eye right here.
Damn.
That's in Canada, right?
Yep.
They
Yeah.
this shit up.
They don't put that here. The
And he's
eye is more here.
So they have all the feathers on his head. That's all this up here. So he's got big feathers on his head. And then again, the wings, they start on the back here and they go all the freaking way up.
Damn.
All
When
the way
you
up.
go back down that way. When it's, look right there where your mouse just was. That looks like a dragon's head, and that white part looks like an eyeball. You see it?
Oh, yeah.
Could be.
That's cool.
Maybe the dragon was eating the bird.
Mm.
Right there. You see the eyeball, the white
Yep.
part, and then that part looks like a head or something. That would mean, from micro to macro, we are like the ants of these titans, or the microscopic germs running around.
Yeah.
Because if you look at germs in a microscope,
virus.
they're moving around and communicating perfectly. It's mind blowing when you look at that shit.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. This is good
It'd be
stuff,
more
guys.
crazy if the germ looked up and said, "Hey, what are you looking at?"
Now there's also the Mayan myth of the ant people. And if you look at the screen right now in this orange colored area, can you see what might look like an antenna on this side? And an antenna
The
on
ant people? Yeah.
and here would be an eye, and up here we have mandibles, even right here.
Ooh, I see a big lizard head, dude. Go back.
Do you?
Or snake, right
Yeah,
there. Go right there. Boom, right there. See the fangs? See the eye?
Right under my cursor?
Yes, right. Look now go straight up is his eyeball, all the way up to the top. There's his eye, right there. Boom, right there. We go down, right there to the left. Eyeball now that's the slope of his forehead, man, going down.
Yeah.
Okay, go down, and then he's got a flared nostril, right? Go down, right.
Thank you, Dom, for sharing.
Yeah, man, that's wild. Yeah, that's a big serpent head or so. I don't know. Yeah, jaws open wide. That's the dark part.
Yeah, I think this is a mandible here. Like, and this is the top part of his jaw.
Right. And
That's
the
why I
eyeballs, that part I was. But if you go to the right, there's a big skull head, and it's looking over at the man at that thing, dude, right there. Bam. Pan out a little bit. Okay.
Those look like
multiple
electrical
skulls.
discharges.
I don't know. There's something there in the middle. Really neat looking. This
Right
part.
there. Those look like the Lichtenberg effect right there to the left of the picture.
That's
All them
crazy.
electrical. Maybe that's what killed these giant animals. Electrical weapons.
Yeah.
Discharge.
Well, or Thor's or Zeus's lightning bolts from the sky.
Hmm.
Maybe they were so tall that the lightning started getting them once our atmosphere thinned.
Looked like there was like a Norse god in there somewhere too. I just seen.
There was. He was right there. You see him dunking the basketball straight down?
No, the one I seen had a beard.
Oh,
It
okay.
looked like he was ready to. He probably raised his weapon in the air, and then
There's
he
a
got.
chick in a dress. That's crazy.
A lot of people think that there are three humanoid creatures lying side by side. The head here, the body coming down. The ant creature would be on top of this body.
That
but
goes with the Hattie Bob story, man. Hattie Boy or whatever it's called.
there's a good indentation here,
There's a warrior with a shield.
right?
Yeah, at the macro level.
It's like a space helmet almost, actually.
See his torso? Right
Yeah,
there to your right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, I don't know how I'm seeing this shit so easy.
Yeah, that's supposed to be another head or an indent where a head was here. That could be like the leftovers of the crane of the skull on the edge.
That looks like a spinal column.
Face Plant said it's probably photoshopped to send us down another rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything's fake.
Yeah.
There's only one way to find out. Get a hot air balloon.
Yeah.
Or an airplane. I think it's pretty accurate. If they're flying hot air balloons or satelloons, you know.
Let's look for dragon. There we go.
I mean,
whole body.
It's a possibility.
This one's really kind of cool, all the colors and stuff, but it does show what looks like a spine. Here, go in. It's all up here in the white. You can see right there. All this. But I'll show you the face of this thing. It's kind of cool. So this could be a dragon with the eye right there in the middle.
I'm not saying it's fake or real. I just.
It looks like one.
Strong possibility that.
Yeah. So yeah, like his body goes down in a big ass curve, and you can
It
see
looks
what
like stuff flowing around too, like see how
looks
it's dark and then it turns orange, it's like flowing outward.
Yeah. But he's really cool looking. Love his face. He's got a cool looking head. Looks like he's dribbling something out of his mouth here too. I don't know what, but yeah. That one's cool. He's big too. He'd be like, his tail would be come down over to here. So he would be like about 5 miles long. All kinds of shit. It's just figuring out what it is.
Let your imagination run wild in here.
Now, what if this is a dragon face here with the eye being this area here?
That's what I was just looking at that. Yeah.
So China, the land of the dragon, right, could literally be the face of a dragon. Here's his beard. Remember I showed you the beard on the other one? There's one there.
That is a point of why they worship this dragon so much. And this dragon, it's all over the realm. All different countries are stabbing a dragon, always. But just like that picture I showed, where is it? Did I take it down? Nope. This one right here, they have a dragon for those machines. They put a dragon that breathes fire. But that's a strong possibility, these dragons. I don't know what I would do, man, if a dragon 1,000 miles started flying this way.
Oh fuck! What could you do?
I don't know.
Oh
man!
Apparently, Zeus killed the one in Morocco with the giant.
We would need an atomic bomb. Maybe that's why they build these huge bombs.
Here's the one in Morocco.
I mean, look at all that desert. It looks like wasteland of just a big boom. Just turn that place into whatever.
They got really long faces, really long heads, some of them. this guy was apparently spitting fire onto a fish.
Like, look at that German gun.
These fish
Remember,
scales.
Matt, we were looking at that German gun that's on 2 train tracks, that huge gun.
Oh,
That
yeah.
would be the type of
Yeah.
gun you would need to shoot these freaking dragons.
This damn thing's 1,100 miles long. You need a gun the size of I don't know,
Texas.
a couple cities. Like this thing
Or
goes all the way
electric
across.
power. A huge electric
Yeah,
weapon. Or something.
Yeah, electrocute the motherfucker.
Damn. If they turned on HARP into the ionosphere, it would shock the hell out of it.
Somewhere around here. Yeah, I think it's here. This is where supposedly Zeus cut his neck. Right here.
Damn.
With a big sword.
So you're lining this stuff up to these stories too. That's what makes it even more interesting.
Yeah.
The Book of Homer and stuff. These stories are in there with Zeus
Yep.
and Pythagoras and.
Yep. The Mayan myths are, they tell you what's on North America,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like the Aboriginals of Australia and Mayans talk about the big trees they would climb to meet the Stark people, their ancestors that lived up in the tree.
A friend of mine was sending me all of these ancient mythologies, and some of them they actually like they're based on like areas and mountains and stuff that look exactly like the stories they're describing.
And how do we know the dragons were evil? They could have been cool. We don't know.
They supposedly taught the Mayan Quetzalcoatl one. He supposedly taught mankind.
The wise dragon.
Yeah, and there's another reference to dragons that people have made of the ability to speak with the Bible, like becoming into being is the ability to speak, and if a dragon could speak, it had magical powers or something. I don't know.
Look in Harry Potter, the dragon that's depicted in there, or was it Harry Potter where the dragon was tied up underground and they let it free?
I don't know.
And then I forgot what story. There was a wise dragon in it. Oh man, what story was that? There's a movie where there was a wise dragon. I don't know. I gotta look it up.
Now this is supposed to be a dragon tail. You can see it's got most of the dragons had apparently like a scorpion barb on their tail. So there's his stinger. This is Roger calls this one Scorpzilla because it's fucking huge. I don't know body goes. Oops. Where'd it go there? I lost Scorpzilla. But look at the size of that thing. That's fucking huge. Imagine that being the tail of a fucking dragon with a huge fucking spike on the end. That's nasty looking. That. Why is it doing that to me? That's one big nasty looking spike. If that's
yeah,
what
it looks like a scorpion tail with poison.
Yeah. That is the suggestion, yeah. Where is that one? That's the same shape as a dragon head, but I can't make it out. I don't know if it is or not. But it's got like the same jawline and the kind of the beard coming down. But that I can't really say. And it looks like it has horns up here too.
Whoa, what the fuck? Who is that, man? Fucking Lonnie.
Yeah, build me a house.
Huh?
Sorry.
That shit was like, wow, in my ears.
Be right back. Gonna go make a coffee.
Yeah, I found a bunch of new maps. I found this new website.
There we go. Sweet.
It's got Zeus on this map, then it's got Poseidon, and then there's the two wives on each end, which is weird. At least they put the women in there. They're not like Catholic churches who love men.
Yeah.
They
So
worship
bad.
phalluses and shit. That's wild.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. Okay.
Imagine that. The Catholic preacher's like, I like phalluses. I hear my mother calling me. I won't be back.
You guys are a bunch of trouser pilots.
Ha! That's a good one. Trouser pilots. That's funny as shit.
Well, fact. It's a fact.
All right. Who else is on here?
Fact.
Let's see. We got Dom, Cyril. Thanks, Cyril, for coming up. And Dom. Dom always brings good stuff to the table, man. To get your mind
I'd have came up
thinking.
earlier, man, but I was just kind of busy come up with an idea.
Look at this
Get
map
some
I
wood
found.
together.
Look at the north where the pole would be. There's Mount Meru. And who's sitting on
wow.
that mountain? I have no clue. But that's where the pole would be. Like Mount Meru.
What's the elevation of that? You know?
I have no clue.
See if you can't find that out. I'm just curious if it's 17,000 feet or more.
I don't know what. Oh, this was I don't remember what this was, man. But it looks like there's something shooting by the moon. A rocket. Like this. There's thousands of pictures like this. But why the hell does its tail? Oh, that's the seventh head. I don't know.
Hey, Chuck, I'm going to send you a document I want you to check out.
All right.
Send it to you now and I'll come right back up.
It is crazy though when you look at this right here, and even the Microsoft symbol aligns with Mount Meru and the lands at the north. That's interesting. What if Mount Meru is that black rock is a fucking computer? Who knows? It just sucks that I can't travel there. As far as they say I can't. Who knows how real that is? There's probably nobody there. And I wonder how much military is at this alleged South Pole or Antarctica. There's only one way to find out. To go there. I just found this map. Oh, that sucked.
Oh, I was done.
I found this new map. with the North Pole lands. Oops, I almost ended the stream. Oh, okay.
Hi, Dean. All right, have a good day, Dominic.
Oh, you're leaving? Yeah, Dom, thanks for coming up, man. I always appreciate it. Why you put something in the back? Let me see. Oh, no. More fun. Okay, let me check this out. Chess game? I love chess games. Oh. Let me copy this link. Boom. Yeah, I want to do that still because I did mention that. I want to maybe do a live stream with play a chess game or something. That would be fun. I love playing chess. Some people don't have patience for it, but
Yeah, I was looking up all the Mayan technology things. I was trying to find the earth movers, but I couldn't find them. But I found all these. Those are kind of cool. All different airplanes and bugs they apparently are. Oh, you got a challenge there. Cyril will play you.
Did you get it, Chuck?
where'd you send it?
I sent it to your phone.
Somebody.
Dom too. Dom, did you get it?
Yeah, I received it earlier on.
Okay. My buddy sent me that like 3 days ago. My childhood friend.
Huh.
I don't know why he sent it to me, but he did. I said, yeah. I said I didn't have this document, but I heard this information.
Yeah. There was an echo. Yeah, it's still echoing.
Let me see if it's me. Yeah, it's not me.
Well, I'll find out. Now, yeah, it is you. Because when I muted you up, it stopped. What's up, Dean? All right.
What do I do, Chuck?
I'll fix it. It's just the settings. We gotta unmute. Unmute real quick. All right.
Okay.
That should fix it. Oop. There we go.
Is that better?
Yeah. I'll play you in chess, Cyril. What's up, Dean?
What's up, Dean?
Hey, Dean.
Summertime where Dean is, man. Must be lovely.
Cold here.
It's like below 20 degrees. It makes me want to do nothing. Today I was slacking. I didn't even get up and do my morning routine.
Made me want to build a tiny little shelter. That's what I've been doing.
Yeah, we had snow the other day, and it's all gone. The next day it was all gone.
Hey, have you guys ever used these rocket furnace?
You
ever build a rocket furnace?
No, I like them though. They're cool.
Look at this. Read that. Systems and methods for covertly creating adverse effects in subjects. The big H word. That's wild. So they're basically saying they can make someone sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, with frequency.
What's up, Mark?
Yeah.
Hey, Basket.
So the at least one audio wave is pulsed at the pulse frequency. Each of the at least one pulsed electromagnetic wave and the at least one ultrasonic audio wave are remotely transmitted to the subject's brain. Yay! So yeah, they're having lots of fun. Present technology relates generally to the less than lethal approaches to behavior modification of targeted subjects. More particularly, the present technology relates to such techniques that can be accomplished without the subject becoming aware of the presence of any outside influence. So,
They're
yeah.
such liars.
It's wild how they slowly
radiate you to death.
But they tell this, they give you information that makes it sound so good, and they leave out all the negative stuff. Like I personally think we are the test subjects.
You are.
You think? You think?
Well, do you notice
You are.
these are the non-lethal methods? They've already cut lethality. They know at exactly what level they can cause lethality.
Yeah.
What they're worried about now is making you, making it so you're just sick, but you don't know why. Oh, Dean lost the link.
Yeah, I dropped whoever. I put it for Dean, but if other people want to come up, no arguing, no. It sucks that I would even have to say that. Like,
well, I apologize.
300 millihertz, I think. No, megahertz. Megahertz.
Yeah.
I'm not one to argue normally.
No one that can come up here today had to argue.
So they use 300 megahertz to 300 gigahertz. At least one electromagnetic energy wave is pulsed at a pulse frequency within a target range of human neural oscillations. At least one ultrasonic audio wave is generated, at least a frequency greater than about 20 kilohertz. At least one audio wave is pulsed, pulse frequency, each of at least one electromagnetic wave. Yeah. So yeah, they pretty much figured that out.
Was it talking about the ultrasonics too?
Yeah. Yeah. They use audio, electromagnetic, and combine the two. You didn't say anything about
sonic bullets, man. Some of us are getting hit with. It's crazy, man. You can hear them hit the pan.
Terahertz bullets, yeah.
Yeah, man. Tell them about them, Max.
I've only heard about them. I haven't done much research into them.
Have you seen them? Have you seen them?
Let me see what I've got.
In real time, what it's like. These people got to sleep with a tin pan on their head, dude.
Oh shit!
The trick is
Yeah,
to go underground. To
I know the
avoid all
trick.
these waves, you go underground because most of the waves can't make it past dirt. The weapons. That's
Really?
my thought. Yeah, that's why. Why do you think they got underground facilities?
Well, I
Because
know they can't travel through water, but as far as dirt, I never knew that.
man, after a while it'll break up. I don't think they're that powerful.
Kill zones.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
What's up, Dean?
Hey, how you going, bro?
If it was as simple as building a dirt hut, I'd build me a house in a hill.
That would help.
How's my mic? How's my mic check?
Good.
Well, I'm talking like 3 miles to 6 miles underground. They're building with their what are the things called? Those worm machines.
You know, do any of you guys remember a guy called Dave Oberday? He's got a thing called the Fallon Show. He's a New Zealand guy.
What about him?
He's called the Fallon Show. FELON show. I think his name is Dave Obeda. But anyway, he has been doing, well, he did years ago, a thing on the on checkerboard and Freemasonry.
Really?
And how the Moors, I think it was, the Jesuit Moors went to New Zealand.
Yeah.
And they were black people. They were black people. They weren't whites. And they taught lots of different things to the Maori, and one of them was cannibalism. Now, I actually made a comment on London's show about it the other day, yesterday. I wrote it out this morning, but the thing is, what I wrote it out about was the thing is, I grew up in the Bay of Plenty in New Zealand, and in coastal areas along the foreshore and up in the hills, I used to go looking, for Maori artifacts. And in all the middens that I found and opened up and had a look at, and every one that has been found when they're doing earthworks for industrial purposes or roading, none of them ever found a midden with human bones in it. Right? And so I'd like to like to refer this about this challenge as to say whether actually Maori were in fact any cannibals at all, and that was just a what would you call it, a narrative to falsify any knowledge that they might have had, right? But it's interesting. I just sent you, Chuck, in Telegram, because I was looking into it, and there's this guy, Selwyn Stevens, who did a podcast on the Freemasons and how they had been to early New Zealand, Australia, all over the world, really. And a lot of our great-grandparents and our great-grandparents were initiated into the early stages of the Masonic Creed. And they got them to promise things to hold their family generations under the spell. Now, the reason I'm looking at this is because a little bit is because he talked about how, and I remembered it in the conversation years ago. I've looked at the same video podcast, and I just visited it, and it's about how we have, problem. I got the sinus problem, right? But some people have cancers with stomachs. Some people have throat problems, ear problems, all sorts of problems. And there's this renouncing prayer that they have for renouncing any spells put in place on your great parents or your grandparents, great grandparents, etc., that may be still in progress because you're in the family generational line. I just wanted to relate that anyway. Did anybody hear that? Am I mic all right on that?
I did.
The Moors traveled a lot of places.
Truth going in the building. It was good. It was good, man. What's good, Charles?
What up?
Hey, that sounds like Truth Zone.
You saying the Moors traveled to Australia and taught who?
They taught the Aborigine, and of course they also came to New Zealand and taught the Maori or the Moriori.
Hey, didn't I say? Hey, hold on, Dean. Didn't I say that on the panel yesterday? That's what they did.
I'm pretty sure you did. Like it kind of
I
runs
said
in
it.
my head.
See, man. Hey, hold on, Dean. See, man. I don't be up on these panels just saying stuff you just said, man. I know what I be talking about.
Yeah, bro. You sort of kind of cracked onto something in my head, and it sort of stuck there. And so I've been looking into this thing in the yesterday and today, because of what you said. Now I thought to myself that there's probably a deeper underlying faction messages, whatever, that go on in these countries where they say that Christopher Columbus was the first to discover New Zealand, which was a load of rubbish, because there were other ships coming to this land. There were Norwegians coming here.
Hey, Dean, I won't cut you off. You got to think the dirty Moors, the black Moors, whatever you want to call them. They really didn't. They really didn't educate or teach the Aborigines of Australia to do anything. They went and they gave the edification to the colonizer on how to subjugate the Aborigines of Australia under all these
there you go
man-made maritime laws, and they gave them the edification on how to strip them of their identity. That's what they did.
Right.
That's what they did. They really did.
That's what you were starting yesterday. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, so they really didn't teach them anything. The black Moors or Moors, whatever you want to call them, they gave the edification to the colonizer on how to, take the land. That's what they did.
Okay, but there is that. I mean, we've got a thing about Maori heads. Now, if you want to look into it, there are a lot of Maori chieftain heads that were shrunk and sent to England, right, to the British colony, and that was under the guise of cannibalism, right? I just wanted to make that point, because I've gone through thinking about it in my boyhood. I was real keen on finding Maori artifacts as a child, right? And we had a lot of Maori pars, old Maori pars that existed before Western civilization, or around the early time of Western civilization in this country. And all those Maori middens, that's actually the cooking pit, what they call the midden, is a cooking pit. That's MIDDEN, is a midden. and they are the cooking pits that the Maori used to cook their food. Now, I have dug through them, and all I ever found was seashells. Right? They popped the seashell by putting it in the heat of the fire. Now, most of the middens all had these bloody seashells, but I never ever or hardly ever found bones. And if you did, they were more like bird bones, pieces of bird bone. They were small in size, but there was never ever found a human bone in a midden. And I did make a comment that where we had a bulldozer driver, because the old man was burning the farm off, like burning land to break it in. And some of the tree stumps that were left behind were too big to dig out. So he just got a contractor in with a bulldozer, and we pushed them all into a bloody big heap and burnt them all. But the thing is, while we were doing that, a skull came up. A human skull came up, and it was sent off. Well, Norm, apparently one of his family sent it off, and it was found out that it was a girl's skull. But
Wow.
The thing is, it was never damaged. It was a complete skull. There was no brutality in her death. You could see, as you could see from the skull.
I just think it's odd. If people knew, right, all this history was true in the books, why the hell are they digging in the ground to find out history?
Exactly, Chuck. I know. And the thing is, when Truth Zone was talking about, it popped into my head and my memory of what I'd done, and I never ever found a human bone or skull or any kind of that kind of activity in my findings as a child. So what?
I think they're looking for something else
in my area alone? No, I don't think that's the case. I actually think that was just a hoax, a big bunch of hoax shit.
They're looking for weapons.
Sorry?
I don't think they're looking for bones. I think that's just what they're saying to cover it up. I think they're looking for something else. I'm on this Moore's website right now. And
Right, you got to think. We say this all the time. They haven't been here that long, so they really don't know this realm like that. This is why they going underground. This is why they always discovering shit, going on escapades, because they really don't know this realm like that. It's like me coming over to your apartment or your crib, and I really don't know the area, the geographics like that. I'm gonna be looking around, seeing what I can find. Like, what the hell is this over here? I ain't never seen that before. This is what they do.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I feel like when you even look at like the ether energy, just to go off subject a little bit, but the ether energy, that the natural energy in the air, you can get a solar panel, right, and you can hook up that solar panel and gather that energy, but it's 12 volt. The voltage of it is not that kind of voltage that will hurt you or maim you.
Hey Dean, speaking of you said solar panel. The human anatomy is the real solar panel.
Yes, certainly.
That made me think of that. Like, dang, the solar panel. We the antenna.
Sure, bro. Yeah, absolutely, you're caught on. But the thing I was trying to think of is like we look at the solar panels that we have. You can charge a 12 volt battery with a solar. You can put a little solar 12 volt charger type panel on your bloody dash of your car. You can go overseas for 3 years. You come back, your car's battery's still being charged by the sun, right?
Right. That's what we need, man. We need that Oregon energy, man. I'm tired of paying light bills, being so dependent on this matrix and being so dependent on these different evil entities, man. We can power this shit ourselves. I seen the video, man. Somebody put a light bulb in the ground. That shit lit up.
Yeah,
the energy is here. We the energy shit. We don't,
So no, we've been robbed and stolen and misled, right? But you know, when I look back and you say, you know, like that dragon that Max was showing there earlier, and a lot of these great beasts that were on this earth look like they were destroyed by some kind of event of some sort. You know, like
I think some of them are still here. Me and Charles was talking about that yesterday. I think a lot of those giants, a lot of those like dragons and stuff, they still around. I think a lot of them are you know, they probably vibrating on a higher level than us. Where we can't see them because we got to think we stuck on the lowest density.
Well, you know, they may even
I could be wrong, but that's like
the earth or outer on an outer realm. I don't know. But what I kind of think of is if you have a look at the technology in the way that we've got this high voltage rainmaking and stuff like that. You know, these beasts, I mean, you would have had a massive kind of a sword to cut the head off a dragon, right? But, I mean, you don't need a big bloody sword if it's a laser, right? You don't need a big, huge weapon if it's a laser. I mean, a laser bloody thing, it doesn't need to be very big to do a lot of destruction.
Somebody put it in the comments. Merry Christmas. Yeah, all right. Yeah. What's up? My bad. Yeah. Merry Christmas. Merry Christ. Merry your damn self. That's your higher self. Merry Christ, man.
Marry yourself, mate. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you the Christ.
I was
You
just
marry
on
yourself.
this website, the Moors. You know, the Moors are the same as the Hebrew Israelites. They should join forces. Their whole website is based on hating so-called white people. They say we're the problem to everything. That's what I was reading just now.
Well, I mean, the algorithms probably have come to those kind of bloody agreements anyway, Chuck, because of you know, like the race war type thing. You know, that's what they want us to believe. You know, I mean, if we continue to hang on those things and believe them, of course, the bloody stuff's going to carry on.
I don't believe none of that stuff. I think that was created by people. Let's say a so-called white man did something to somebody. They create these ideologies. They put them all in one category. You know,
well,
that's
you know,
not a white man.
Me, as a child, I never ever felt anything superstitious about a solar eclipse. But a lot of our information that you get, they talk about these indigenous peoples as being superstitious. Well, I don't think they were. I think that's all jargon as well. You know, I think
These
there's a lot.
ideologies were designed to be hateful. You know what I mean? It's instilled in people.
Hey, Dean. Yeah, the indigenous people ain't that off because we here.
That's right, bro. I mean, I'm talking to you because you're one of the indigenous folk, right? And I know you're not a superstitious man. I know that you've got a good brain about you, and you're looking into stuff, and you're seeing the bullshit in amongst the bloody the lies. You know.
Oh, damn, Max. Well, oh, you guys went over that already. That other thing you had put up, Max, about the technology. Yeah.
No, I was just perusing.
What are those little things on the upper right? Are those the nanotech?
Yep. Information molecules around them. Those are weird bacteria.
I've changed my name. I'll just probably actually go back out and just change my name.
Hey, I'm telling y'all, listen here, man. I'm telling y'all, if all indigenous people left this realm right now, the so-called planet, the planet would go too. The sun would go. I'm telling y'all, man. That's how powerful we are.
Why would you?
The planet will leave. This motherfucker will pick up and just walk off. Oh hell no, they ain't here no more. Let me get up out of here. The sun will go too. The sun, wherever we go, the sun gonna go.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of feel that actually. You know, the light of the world is the sun, right? But you know, it's an interesting thing I've been thinking about lately. Is you know how you got Jason Acax? He talks about the Phoenix event. We've got Jay Dreamers. He's another one on the Phoenix event, and how some kind of plasma comes down and destroys everything. I have been following Chief Ironbush, and he has been doing some work on the blue and red Kachina. And he's also talking about how the sun changes its colors or its status as we go through the cycles of these Kachinas. And so what I'm proposing is that, or thinking is that these astrological signs that we have, you know, is they say that there is the age of Pisces, the age of Aquarius, the age of Aries, the age of Scorpio, the age of Sagittarius, the age of Taurus, and so on and so forth. But what I'm proposing is that each age is in a separate place on the greater Pangea, and that in each age we are not in the same landscape, and that the magnetic field and the sun is dragged around by this magnetic field, and that in each age we are in a different landscape. Because if you look at Google, they're talking about how the magnetic pole is not the same as the North Pole, the center pole, right? Now, if
The most important pole is your spine. That's the most important pole.
Yeah, okay, I understand that. And I know what you're talking about there, Chuck, but if we're talking like the magnetic pole of this realm is moving 30 miles a year, I say 30 miles a year at the present moment. If that's moving 30 miles a year, that means the sun is moving 30 miles a year, following it, right? Because that is a central magnosphere, the Taurus field, or whatever you like to call it. It's what holds the sun and moon in place. And when the north magnetic field moves, everything else moves with it. And I am suggesting that each age, like the age of Aquarius, the age of Pisces, the age of Aries, these have a different equatorial line because they're not in the same place. The equator moves with the sun. If the sun crosses the equator 2 times a day, it goes out over it and back in it, over it, right? So it's centered more on the equator, the sun. It spends more time on the equator than it does in the Tropic of Cancer or the Tropic of Capricorn. Now, these Capricorn and Cancer are for the age of Pisces, right? But what if we're moving into the age of Aquarius? We should be shifting. There shouldn't be there shouldn't be the Tropic of Capricorn or the Tropic of Cancer. It should go into a different tropic if we're in a different age. Right?
Hey, Max, I was looking up that graphene oxide, and I found Nano Corona V. It says Recombatant V. I'm gonna say that word, the Jabino, but it's all in fucking Chinese symbols, man. They always do that to the good stuff. It's in
Man,
Chinese symbols.
they putting them
There you go.
nanoparticles. Hey Charles, bro, they putting them nanoparticles in everything, man. It's in the snow, it's in the rain. They putting that shit in everything, bro. Like I told you, I was at the store yesterday, man. I was looking at the labels, man. They putting that aluminum phosphate in all the foods. That aluminum phosphate has nanoparticles in it. So that's why that's why after it rains, when the rain dries up, if you look at your car, it has like a white solution. That's nanotechnology residue that they putting in the fucking sky. It's shit
I
everywhere, man.
booted myself out by accident.
I just wanted to say that, bro. How the hell the dog get in the front? Well, all right, y'all, I'm out, man. Peace, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm searching up right now. These are nanomaterials right here.
Yeah, they got that shit in everything, man.
Yeah.
Well, like Lonnie experiences attacks, and I feel I mean I've had them too, and I feel that we all get them. They're being thrown at us with the bloody poisoning of the skies.
Mm-hmm. Well, they've been doing it with or without that. They'd be doing it anyway because you're a great antenna.
Of course. As me and Truth Zone just established, we're solar panels, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're all being attacked.
But the thing is, like, you know, every one of us has got some kind of problem going on, and if we haven't, we're still in our youth and we're still very fit. But when you start to get a little, long in the tooth, as the saying goes, you tend to take on more of these environmental problems, and they cause issues in the body. And I, as a child, when I was born, I suffered sinus as a child. And I had earache all the bloody time. My brother had earache, and he had head problems as well. Like it was some kind of. He used to get headaches, and it would just continually torment him with these bloody headaches. But I kind of feel these were the early parts of this high voltage rainmaking program that they had, right?
Yeah, radio waves, Doppler radar, all the other radar systems, and X-ray. They keep adding systems, right?
Yes, Max.
People have negative health effects from them. Just layer on.
Well, my solar panel's been affected by bloody sinus at the moment, which I haven't suffered since I was a very young lad.
Mm.
And I only got away from sinus attacks in my early years by moving to an island. And I figured that it was, well, the doctor told me that I had a lot of, it would seem like he told me I had chemical sprays in me. He said that the blood test showed that I had a lot of chemical sprays in my system.
Huh.
What?
Now, I believe that was from the use of, damn it, my old man and my dad, he used to bloody spray gorse and ragwort and bloody blackberry and thistles and that without a mask, without body protection.
Yeah.
And we did too. We had to bloody pick up one of those guns and go out and spray too, because that was part of your job on the farm.
Yeah.
And we didn't have masks in those days. Nobody wore masks. Nobody had bloody clothing. That just didn't exist in the 50s and 60s.
All the chemicals I inhaled doing certain jobs. Oh man.
And so anyway, I sort of think how my sinus is coming back, and I realise that it's probably a combination of what the farmers do around here and the bloody shit in the skies, right? And this electrification of our ionosphere. Now, you know, I watched Annapurna doing a live on the ionosphere and HAARP facility. And I made a couple of comments while I was in there, but, you know, all these experiments are all with using electricity, using voltages of different degrees and levels of power. Now, if you look at the ether, and it's only a 12-volt system, but the other system we're looking at is an extreme voltage range, then we know it's coming from the mechanization of the world, not the bloody natural ether, right? So I do not think that any of our illnesses are just illnesses. I think they're actually generated by this electrification of the ionosphere.
Yeah, I've seen something on how during you remember when Trump was blaming China for that thing? Well, I seen videos that showed them people were keeling over. You remember that video in China? People were falling over.
Yeah.
And you look at the symptoms of radiation poisoning. It's the same thing, man. Dizziness, you'll fall out and have seizures, all types of stuff, man. The same symptoms you'll get from the 5-jizzle.
A lot of people believe what they did is they used 60 gigahertz to knock the oxygen off their blood, and they suffocated in the street.
What?
Yeah.
That's painful. Yeah, these people need to be dealt with accordingly.
You don't get a cold, walk long, fall down dead. That doesn't happen. You know, you have a long period between any of the ailments and dying.
Well, you know, I mean, the talk is to love thy neighbour and not really, you know, put hate on him, Chuck, even if he has done this shit to you, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that's still the way to go after he's done that? Is that the way we're meant to go? That we're meant to just love him afterwards?
Hell no. No. I know. I mean,
Well,
should we
when
forgive
he
him?
doesn't love you, but he gives you a spanking every once in a while, don't he?
Should we should we forgive him like the Bible says and turn our cheek?
That's what my question is.
Or should we make an example so the next person don't do it? You know? We're fucked either way. If we turn our cheek, there's a chance that it will happen again, which I think it would. And if we don't, everyone's either which way we choose, somebody's gonna hate on us. Doesn't matter which way we choose. You're gonna have people that like it and don't like it either way.
And what do you think, Chuck, though? What do you feel? In your heart, what do you feel?
I want to forgive them because, you know, I've made mistakes in my life and I had a second chance. And then I think, well,
know not what they do, right? And they know not what they do.
And I want to annihilate them on the other end because they've killed a lot of people I love.
If you didn't go to jail for your crime, would you still continue to have doing crimes?
Well, I thought you were going to say, would I still make a decision then? I personally think they should be tried and executed on sight, but what I think don't matter.
Repercussion or no repentance, and people just continues to do evil.
Or let me take that back.
Run that past me again, next, please.
They should be locked in a cell for the rest of their life, like they do with people who sell drugs, and let the chomos out.
Well,
so these
like
people,
you do
I
something
want
bad.
to hear what Matt said, please. What was
Yeah,
that?
go ahead, man.
Yeah, well,
Sorry.
without any repentance, or no, they if they don't repent what they did, they just continue doing evil. Then how can you forgive them? Right? They need to have, and if somebody does a crime and doesn't go to jail for it, aren't they just going to continue doing the crime that they're getting away with?
Yeah, that's what I mean, Max. Like, if we turn our cheek, they're just going to continue to do what they've been doing. They haven't had repercussions. That's why they continue to keep doing it. You're right.
Like if they did a crime and they said, "Oh, I feel bad about that. I'm never going to do that again," well, then you wouldn't have more crimes, right? So,
right. So there's got to be some kind of punishment level, doesn't there?
Yeah.
And I mean, they're probably laughing at us right now, thinking, "How the fucking hell are you going to punish me?"
Yeah, that's what that guy in New York thought, that he could continuously make people sick and jack up their charges, and then the AOD came for his ass.
No.
So it's obvious that our work, our exposing of these bloody principalities and their workings, is paramount to how we change this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's about the only weapon we have, really, is knowledge.
I think they should sit in the prison cell, man. And I speak to experience. When I was locked in the cell, I thought about a lot of things, and I got to know myself more. I think sitting in the cell would be perfect for them, with nothing, no TV, no radio, no books, nothing. They could sit there for a good year and eat that jacked up food like they do to us. It'll teach them a lesson or two.
Just keep jacking them up with their medications and feed them their
too.
food and aim their dishes at them and give them everything.
They say 2 wrongs don't make a right, but
they can. Well, no, it's not wrong. If they think it's so good for us, then why isn't it good for them, right?
True.
So they can have their creations tenfold.
Yeah, well, I think there too, Max, a lot of these pilots that go out just spraying, I mean, they've got families to feed, right? And brothers and sisters and mums and dads and such.
I don't know. Is it of the law an excuse?
That's not an excuse. They're poisoning their own family to bring the money in. I mean, I don't get it.
That's it, Chuck.
They're flying and crapping in their own nest,
Yeah, pig and shit, yeah.
Imagine if people started getting sick and he lives in that town and they find out he was the one flying over spraying it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, the likes of you and me, if we found out there was a joker down the road, he was a pilot and he was bloody spraying every day and getting paid for it, you'd be ready down there trying to talk to the guy, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they should be held accountable. How we could go about it, I don't think war or violence, but it could always come to that. You never know.
Hey, Charles, just us getting on these platforms or even speaking with each other, man, that's holding them accountable, man. Using their own fallacies and false indoctrinations against them and exposing them for all the lies they told, that's holding them accountable. It's just like having a kid. You hold a kid accountable for what they do. Same thing, vice versa. That's with anybody. So us just speaking truth or speaking your own truth into existence, that's holding them accountable for what they have done. You know what I'm saying? So I don't never have to raise a gun, raise my hand, or do anything.
Right on.
Well, if we look at the whole scenario, the biggest problems that are coming to our health are coming from above. They're coming from these sprays,
Yeah, man. People don't realize how bad we're being poisoned, man, from the sky, just from the air we breathe, man. How many toxins and poison and metals. Hey,
You
one
could be
second,
a
one second,
flat
one
earther
second, Dean, 1 second,
experience,
Dean.
or you could do anything. But to me, if you're exposing the what's coming down from above, you're doing a better job than man who's trying to convince somebody that the world's bloody flat, right?
Right. But that shows you how powerful we are as a species, or as beings, for that matter, to be breathing in all these barium, all these toxins and heavy metals and all these toxicities, and still be down here thriving, and still have the wherewithal to even speak, to even speak us being able to articulate ourselves the way we do. That shows you how powerful we are, man. Because we subjugated to under so many different fronts of war: biological war, chemical war, psychological war, spiritual war, and we still able to put on like the way we do it, man. Shit, we gotta give ourselves credit.
Excuse me, I'm just muting myself. Yeah,
Yeah, I just
bloody hell.
wanted to say that, man. But I'm about to shake the spot, man. It was good talking to y'all boys, man.
Hey, look, I tell you, I like talking to you because I, I think that you're on point, and you know, I just feel like you're freeing your nation.
Right. That's all I want to do,
And
man. You know, sometimes when you're self-preserved, when you speak up for your own people, it can sound like a hate speech or so-called quote unquote racist, hypothetically. But man, I'm just,
yes,
I'm not
yeah, I
trying to push no
understand that.
division,
Yeah,
no division, none of that stuff, man. So, cause some of the stuff I say, it might sound like that, but that's to the untrained ear or the untrained mind. That's not, they
yeah.
don't think outside of the box that they tried to put us in. That's all I'm doing, man.
And I think that's where we people fall out with you and end up in arguments with you, bro. Is because they get a little bit of a misunderstanding of what you're doing. But
Right.
I understand where you're at, and I understand you're freeing your nation. And as long as
Right.
you have good intentions to free your people, I think there's nothing bad in what you're doing, bro. So
No, man. Somebody
chaos
else's
for
opinion about
you,
me,
bro.
man. Somebody else think that's somebody else's insecurities, man. People got a lot of insecurities about themselves. So that's why I respect Charles, because Charles, he's doing the due diligence. He's doing the research to find out who his ancestors are and where he comes from. So I respect him. Same thing I've done. I'm going back and I'm looking into who the fuck everybody is around here. A lot of people, they
Yeah,
not, because once they start looking into who they really are, some of the shit might scare you. Some of the shit be like, man, oh hell no, man, my ancestors did some fucked up shit. You're like, oh hell, we
yes,
come
that's
from there. We
true.
come
That's
from there.
true.
Oh hell no, the truth hurt, man. That shit hurts, man. Some people ain't ready to go down them rabbit holes, man.
I know, bro. I know. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I say. Chaos to you, bro, because you're actually doing it, and you're freeing your people, and that's what we need. We need people to free people's minds, right? And
Facts, man. I appreciate you, Dean, man. That's shit. I feel like that's what I came here for. Shit, like telling us like
Isn't
how
it
powerful
crazy?
we
We
are.
call it our minds, and then when we dig into earth and take stuff out, it's called a mind.
Man, and for me, it's what I'm saying. It's not even about my nation. It's about everybody. It's about me helping free everybody, man. This is a collective
yeah, I know
conscience.
that. I know
We all personify a source in the cosmos, man. So I feel like it's about all soul beings, man. No matter the nationality, creed, or ethnicity, man. We just got to free the minds, man. That's for anybody.
Yeah, I believe so. You know, like we dig hole, like just Chuck said, like we dig hole into the mind of the earth, right? The minds of the earth, the mind of the earth, and you know, macro to micro, we've got to dig into our own minds to free our own mind, you know, from the slavery it's been held in, and
Right. And
you know, not only with our own body being held in a bloody contract, but also our mind being held in a contract too, right?
facts.
And yeah, facts, bro. And
Yeah, D, man,
that's why.
I wanna bring you on, man. Next time I do a panel, man, I want you to come over there and fuck with me on my channel over there, man. Come to my panel over there, man.
Yeah, I'd like that. I'd like to have a go there. Yeah, I mean, you know, I might not have a great memory for exact which facts or what, but I do know. I do know stuff, and even though
So,
it sometimes
so Dean, before I head out, bro, let me ask you this. So some of the stuff I be talking about on Charles's panel, you resonate with. You like, man, okay, that makes sense. I know what he's talking about.
okay, so I'd like to do a bill with you. I reckon we could do something good,
So
bro.
what the hell, hey Charles, man? So what the hell is everybody else's problem, bro? They got to be Asians, man. If
I don't
some
know.
people be like, hey man, if some like what's her name, Peachy Keen, or even Dean, some people like, oh yeah, Truth's on, he telling the truth, he know what he talking about. So what the hell is everybody else's problem then? Trying to go against me, going against God.
I don't think they are going against you. They just don't agree or don't know.
Man, that's what I
Yeah,
told him. I'll
I
call
think
rank
that's
on it,
what
man.
it is.
I'll call rank on their ass. This is spiritual, man. I'm a god, and I'll call rank on their ass. I'm probably ranked higher than them in the spiritual realm anyway. I'll call rank on their asses, man. Get your ass on. Get your ass. Shit, call rank on. We need to start calling rank on some of these lower spiritual beings, man.
Well, I don't think we
Call
have to
rank on
call
your ass.
rank on them such. We don't really want to overpower them so that we become a bloody nemesis to them. Basically, we are lightening the load of and taking out the bullshit out of their minds so they can see the perspectives in the right way. You know, I'm not. I don't want to have lordship over anyone, and only myself. I only want to have anything, if anything, is to have power over myself. But
I get you saying. I don't want no power with nobody else, man. I'm just shooting this shit, man. But I'm saying I feel like when somebody go against me, they going against God. I feel like we all gods and goddesses, man. So I feel like somebody going against
I know
me,
what
man.
you're saying.
They
I know
going
what you're
against me. You
saying.
going against God, man.
I find I have to really sit back sometimes. You know,
You
like
don't like me then, bro.
I went off at Access, right? But I was so angry in myself, and my own anger has in my life has been a bloody real problem for me over my entire life. So I'm not putting blame on anyone except myself.
Facts.
I
It's
had
about taking self
myself.
accountability, man. That's what it's all
Yeah,
about, man.
self
Taking self
accountability.
accountability,
Yeah.
man. I hold myself accountable for everything, man. If I fuck up, it has no choice but to fall back on me, man. So I don't blame nobody else, man. It's all about me going within, knowing that I'm the problem to all my problems.
Yeah,
You feel
and
me?
I'm only going to solve my problems by going within. And I realise this, and I'm grateful. I'm grateful to people like Chuck and Max and Kanadami and Dom and yourself and even Cyril here.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Cyril? How you say your name, Cyril? Cyril? I don't know how to say his name. Yeah, Cyril. What's up, bro? He clicked off.
Yeah,
Wonder where Naga been at.
and Nagaji the realist McCoy. There are so many of you great guys out here, all doing your work, all doing your putting in your time, and even just myself, who might not have a lot of work in front of me, but I am speaking up for myself and for other people. Now, I might not be able to join links to shows and stuff like that. I still haven't worked out stuff. How to. I mean, I can sometimes. I can get a link and I'll attach it, and other times the bloody thing won't work for me. Anyway, it's just how it goes. But it's just a case of practice makes perfect. And that's something that's just up to me to learn. But yeah, I just feel that the more we bring out the exposing of these tyrannists, I call them tyrannists, tyranny You know, suppression through tyranny is what these buggers do, and they have been tyrannizing the world for long enough, and we've got to start bringing a stop to that. And I feel it's happening. I said to something to the likeness of the 100th monkey theory, and I continue to carry on that one because. To me, it's proven itself to work. If the monkeys can do it, we can bloody do it, right? So yeah,
Right? I'm as good as a monkey.
Hey, what's going on?
Well, it's interesting. You know, it's interesting actually, Max. It's a bloody. I mean, if everything is a code, a numbered code, right? Everything is a number, and I mean, they even say that. You know, death by numbers. There's a guy that did a YouTube channel and he was doing death by numbers. And he reckons that everybody's got a number and a death date, right? But just aside from that, I mean, if we're all coded with numbers, if our DNA has got a code to it and it's got a number, that means that all trees, which have got codes as well, DNA codes, I mean, insects, animals, the whole shooting box was placed here through a code, a frequency, basically, because a code is a frequency, right? A number is a frequency. You know, like your range from 432 hertz is apparently the normal one, and then you can range it any way up or down, and you can cause problems, right? So you're not. So if everything has a number and we're all coded, it was just an interesting thing. I seen a picture of a rhesus monkey and an old man. Now the similarity between the old man and the rhesus monkey was almost the same. You could see, you know, I mean, you could just about splice it over the top, and the two of them have got resemblances, right? And so I'm kind of thinking, well, if a tree's DNA, and they say that even the DNA of parts of DNA of a tree are in our DNA, and the parts of other creatures are in our DNA, and if that's the case, right, then the creator sequence could be mechanical.
All fetuses look the same, and they all resemble a seed pudding too.
Hey Dean,
Same.
hey Max, I won't cut you off, brother. Hey Dean, you said when you say creatures inside of our genetic makeup, can you elaborate on those creatures? What creatures you mean when you say that? You mean like animals?
I'm talking about insects and animals as well as birds and plant life.
Yeah, I feel like we emulate nature, like the plants, like vegetation, but like far as like animal DNA, I feel like I don't have any animal DNA inside my genetic makeup.
Okay. Well, I mean, I mean, I don't know exactly. I'm just working off.
Some people do have complex cell organisms. That's true. Some people's genetic makeup is complexual. That's true.
So, you know, there might be, I'm not saying there's animal DNA in me or you or anything. I'm just suggesting that there possibly is a lot of coding of DNA sequences that have been mixed matched. Right?
Okay, I got you.
What's the problem? Hey, hold on. What's the problem with having animal DNA? What's like that? Why is that like a bad thing?
We talking about like what? Like you talking about like a dog and a pig having
I'm
pig
talking about
DNA?
any type of animal. Any type of animal. What's the problem with having animal DNA? Shit, I
You
want some
want
goddamn dolphin DNA and swim fast or some shit, man. Be like Aquaman, you know what I'm saying?
Who's this
Shit.
talking?
dolphins have, but
Who's
you
this
got dolphins
talking?
have souls though, like us.
Well, no, I was using that
Humans
as an
don't have
example. Like,
souls.
what's the problem with having animal DNA? Is what I'm saying.
Is that
Because
you, sir?
it's recessive. If you have pig DNA, insect DNA, that's a recessive genetic makeup, man. That's
Yeah. So
recessive
what's the
genes.
problem? Well, once again, what's the problem with having animal DNA? Is what I'm saying.
I ain't saying it's a I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm just saying like it's science, man. This is biology. Don't take it from me. Go look it up. I'm saying it personifies a recessive genetic makeup. Having the same genetic makeup as a pig or a starfish or a fruit fly or a monkey.
Notice,
That's
hold
recessive.
on.
That's
Notice.
recessive genes.
Yeah, but notice how we didn't say having the same DNA. We said some of the same DNA. Not every single allele is going to be
I
the exact.
don't want a drop of nothing. I don't want a drop of pig DNA inside my genetic makeup,
Why
man.
not?
Ain't the fact I don't want it.
I
I
didn't
don't
say
have it.
pig. I didn't say pig. I said any animal. Why not?
Hmm.
I don't know, bro,
Yeah,
about that.
no
I
conflict,
respect
guys.
your
No
opinion on it, but
conflict.
I don't know. That's my opinion on it, bro. I respect your opinion, but for me, nah, I'm good on that.
How do you feel on that, Dom? You there, Dom?
Hey, Dean. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, what do you think? You feel that there's like some kind of do you think that's a bad thing that that there's possibly parts of other DNAs in our correlated in our DNA?
There's been a lot of manipulation, so I can't see why it wouldn't be in some beings having a human form that actually has mixed DNAs. Yeah, but we're actually living beings moving around from form to form.
Yeah, I mean, I've thought about that too. On a spiritual level, if you've left the earth and you've gone out back into your soul form, and then just for the sake of it, so, right, I want a life experience, but I don't want to be a human anymore. Maybe I should be a tree for 1,000 years. You know?
Well, karma's a bitch that way. You treat another person of a different gender with disrespect, there's a good chance for pure giggles and kicks you'll come back as that form.
I mean, it's the Chinese that give us the idea that we could possibly reincarnate as a bug, or a butterfly, or as a dog, or right. That's why I mean, I believe that probably half the reasons they use the animals in the astrological chart, right?
Mm-hmm. True.
So you mean tell me a supreme being gonna want to come back down here? I know we can not mutate. We can transmute into any form or shape.
I call it shapeshift.
Because the space of matter. I understand that, but I'm saying, who you gonna put a supreme being's consciousness inside of a dog, man? Inside of a dog, man.
I mean, if you're looking at the dog that we've probably got now, we probably wouldn't want to. But if there was a dog back in time, back in the day, that was like lion status, but in dog form, you might want to, you know?
Right. I get what you're saying. Like I said, dolphins have souls. Like dogs, they have spirits, but they don't have souls. Everything has spirits. A lot of things have spirits. Most of the things have spirits, but everything don't have a soul, man. Like a dolphin can maintain a soul. Because dolphins, I seen a video somewhere. I ain't gonna get into all that, but yeah, I know they have souls. But I'm just saying, like, you can. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. This topic is touchy, man.
It's a tricky subject. It is a
Yeah,
tricky
I got
subject.
different opinions on it, man. I just don't see myself incarnating into a dog, man. I feel like my conscience is too. Nah, man. I just don't see it, man.
At the moment,
If I wanted to play this game again and come back down here, I don't see myself going into a dog's form. I don't see myself doing that.
Okay, that's all good, you know. But I mean, there might be, like there are Chinese people who kind of have a feeling that if they don't do something or other in this life, their karmic record is going to bring them back as a dog or a rabbit or something like that, right? But
Right. I feel like if I'm the all seer, I feel like if I'm the all seer and the all knower, who's gonna make me come back down here into a dog's body? If I'm the all seer and the all knower, I'm gonna pick and choose where I want to go and what I'm gonna put my incarnate into.
That's the thing I wanted to get to. I mean, a karmic debt is something that people say, oh, you're going to come back and pay that karmic debt. But I have a feeling where you come back and you come here by choice.
Right. I don't like when slaves inside of this realm say, "Oh, you're gonna pay for the karma for what you did to somebody else." Man, how come How come karma don't exist for these elites that's kidnapping these babies and doing all this grotesque shit? Karma don't exist for them, then, right?
Yeah,
You ain't saying they gonna pay the karma, right? You say,
you hit it on the head.
You telling your fellow,
now hold on.
you telling a fellow slave, "Oh, you gonna pay for karma"? Get the fuck out of here.
Hey, now you hit that shit on his head. Now just expand that even more. Now, if karma don't work for them, then how the fuck is it gonna work for you?
Exactly. There you go.
It's like I heard somebody say, "Oh, you're gonna pay for your karma. You what you do to somebody else, you're gonna come back and pay for." Well, your governor in the governor of your city, he ain't gotta pay for karma for poisoning your ass.
Exactly. If that's
You
the
ain't
case,
one
then
say
all
you
these
ain't one
buggers
say
doing
you
these
ain't. You know what I'm saying?
Sonic deeds wouldn't be doing that because they'd be coming back to pay for it, right?
You just ready to tell another slave he got karma. Come on, man, these people crazy.
It's another system. It's just another system.
Exactly. So that's why I say if if you come back thinking you're going to pay karmic debt, well, maybe that's what keeps people here coming back in the loop, right?
Let me just say thanks to Mac.
How much of our lives do we remember in the next life? You know?
Yeah, I had to run to the store, guys. My bad.
It's all good, Chuck. I'll tell you what.
Boy, hey Chuck, how that chicken turn out yesterday, man? Was that shit seasoned, man?
Oh yeah. I thought you said ticket.
Chicken, bro.
Yeah, the way you said it, the way I
talk
always
to you more on that subject, Surya.
I just I had to put more salt and pepper.
Yeah, that's what I'm cooking tonight, bro. I'm cooking that shit tonight,
Who
man.
else left? Who else left? No one?
No, we all.
We were brainstorming that fucking what is it called? Karma. And it's all like, how did one person order, I think, what was it, 7 million, 8 million people to die? And all he does is shoot himself in the head, and it's like, oh, karma. Like, he died. Like, but you ordered 7 million people to die to their fucking gastric deaths. How does that karma even out? You know what I mean? What's your
But these
thoughts?
people are slick. They get away with shit. Let's say karma existed. They get people to willingly do things. Like, we told you there's chemicals in there. You didn't look the ingredients up. You willingly bought it. So whose fault is it?
I believe
I feel like that's cause and effect. That's cosmic law. That's the
and I
concept.
think,
But hey, hold on, D. I'm saying as far as somebody saying karma only exists for the slaves, us slaves down here in this 3D reality, that's asinine. But you're not gonna say karma exists for the mayor of your town that's ordering the food to be poisoned. You'll sit there and say, I'm gonna get my karma, but you won't say this motherfucker that done trafficked a million kids via the Atlantic Ocean, he don't have to pay for his karma, but you gonna sit there and say your fellow slave gonna have to. That's what I'm saying. That just don't make sense to me.
Well, for me, it makes sense because when not say it makes sense for me because I don't think it makes sense. But what I'm saying is, what it possibly does is it aligns people up to the idea that they are sinners when they return here. If you've got a book telling you're a sinner and you come back with, I think you're paying a karmic debt, then you're definitely going to come back thinking you're a sinner, right? You probably are going to agree with the idea of being a sinner, right?
Right.
I mean, to me, there's a lot of script that we are falling foul to under the spell of, right?
Mm-hmm.
And karmic debt is one of them. I've been looking into karmic debt and trying to break it down, and I think most of that is just
That made me
another
think of something. Right.
anchor for the mind
Right.
to not escape from, right?
Hey Dean, they said, look. They telling us to so-called subscribe to karmic debt, and we subscribe to physical fiat currency debt, right? Financial debt down here. So they saying we in financial debt here, and then we got to deal with karmic debt. See, come on, man. Nah, man.
That's
No.
entrapment of the mind. That's
You know how you know
entrapment.
it's true or not? If a person that has no knowledge of debt, are they paying? Are they ever in debt? They don't even know what debt is.
Exactly, Chuck.
We only say we're in debt because we've been taught this word debt and shown that we're in the negative, when we're only in the negative because we choose to be in the negative. We choose to take a loan out.
That's well put. I like that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Take out a loan.
And then, are you truly in debt at that point? You know, if you don't pay it back, what's going to happen to you? You know?
Well, they make your children pay it back these days, right?
That's wild.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Somebody said, what's the name said? What's the name said? Why does a human choose to be in a human form? Because remember what I was telling Charles the other day. For our chemical phases of matter, we all see it and all know it, the eye of the beholder. So we choose to go into any form that we want. That goes back to what I was saying. We are the physical vessel. If we wasn't the physical vessel, if you go and transmute into a liquid form or a plasma form, you are that vessel. You are that body. When you daydream about doing something, say you daydream about cooking a grilled cheese sandwich, that you daydream about yourself being in a body cooking a grilled cheese sandwich. So we are we everything. All is us and us and all is we are all and all is us.
I just got a question. I got a question on that one because I don't remember choosing anything before I was born. I don't even remember.
You don't remember. You catch spiritual amnesia, bro. You forget.
No, I mean I think because before I was born, my brain wasn't developed, and so I didn't have this thing called memory.
But you made it out of all them sperm. Everyone fought to get to that spot.
I get that
and
part.
You beat all them sperm.
Yeah, I get that part. What I'm saying is I don't remember having a choice before. I wouldn't have chose on some real shit. I wouldn't have chose this shit. This shit is foul.
The real question is when there's sperm, are you at that point?
Hell no, because you got to be both. You both the egg and the sperm when that shit come together. So you wouldn't just be the sperm, and you wouldn't just be the egg. You when they meet together. You know what I mean?
With a spark when it hits together. Yes.
When the man and woman blow a load at the same time, that electric energy.
Type shit.
Yeah, it's electric energy. It's that spark.
Fully agree, Don. Data is gathered by the mind, yes.
And if she don't spark, she's going to throw your ass over the arc.
I'm just saying I wouldn't have chose no foul ass, weird ass shit like this with this nano shit and motherfuckers looking at you through your walls and UAVs and all this other shit. I wouldn't have chose this. I know me. I would have been like, nah, send me to the other planet, bruh. Send me to the other world. For real.
No, that's not my show, bro. On you, bro. On you. I get you, bro. Yeah. I watched. That's my comment in your show. I went over sub to you and I made a comment there. It might have been a long-winded one. But yeah, I feel like I can talk to you. I can talk to all these guys here today. I feel I can and then not have a problem with any one of you. And I know when the last time I had problems with people, and that was Access and Ronnie, and that was because I was severely tired and probably half crook. But you know, and I should have been wiser and not even stepped up on the bloody thing. But anyway,
I gotta jump off there in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'm about to head out myself, man. Hey, Dean, one thing before I go, man. I get into it with so many people on these play. Only when I come over here, man, I get into it with people, man. But I gotta start learning to, you know, ignore certain things. But you know, I let my anger get the best of me sometime, man. You know, because we're not gonna see each other. It's just words, man. You know, but words are.
I know. I love you, bro. I love you, bro. I love what you're doing. So just keep at it, bro.
Right.
You know?
I'm gonna holler at y'all, man. I'm out, man. Good seeing you. I'm not seeing you, Charles. Good hearing from y'all, man. I'm out.
All right, man.
Later, bro.
Peace.
Yeah, no, that's something that's been on my mind. Is this bloody karmic debt, and if it was so bloody real, then why isn't these bastards that are doing all this shit against us being bloody, you know, put to the task?
Because they get away with it too, man. I don't even think their parents whooped their ass growing up. They get away with it. They're spoiled.
Do you enjoy the technology that you're using?
I don't actually enjoy it at all, Max. I don't, mate. The bloody stuff makes me sick. I'm
The only
bloody sure.
reason I enjoy it is because I can communicate with all these beautiful people. But other than that,
yeah, that's the only reason.
Okay, so do you enjoy cars? Do you enjoy a house that's heated and all that? If so, then you're indebted. You're just paying for the service.
Yeah, no, I cut firewood, not bloody heat the bloody house myself.
Okay, that may be true, but you're also in another. You're also in another form, Dean. It's called the physical form.
There's other forms. So we got rights. I mean, at the moment, I've been going around turning everything off at night, so that we're not actually using their bloody power.
Okay, but once again, Dean, hold on. Hear me out, please.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not going to share all the time. So knowing that you're in a human form, you're a being in a human form. You're already indebted to it, because it's not like as though you have to say, okay, Dom, I'm going to have to spend the next 20 minutes figuring all the breath I'm doing, all the blood going in my body. That's beyond this conscious mind that you're using right now. So once you realize that whoever created this realm, instead of bitching and complaining about it, being upset about it, it's better to understand how the game is played. Who are the rulers? There is rules here. Nature has rules. It's called laws. So now what ends up happening is I hear a whole bunch of people being disobedient out of ignorance, not forgetting the fact that somebody's actually put the clouds in place. They come and go. The sun and the moon, the waters, the air, that's all in place.
Yeah, but they didn't put the poison up there. Whoever did that didn't put the poison up there.
That may be true. But the thing is, because it's out of harmony, because there's other species here that are playing it. Now, we're in a lesser form. Now, there is a middle form that has the ability to be what some people might call the gods, playing with images. So now, again, unless a person understands, and I'm saying understand, you got to be under something. Hearing other people, that's noise. I'm giving noise right now. Reading books about other people, that's still more noise. Once you go inwards and you realize, humble that fucking self, the program. Because that program is like the heart. It's never satisfied. It's going to try to seek things, but forget, wait a second here. Who gave you the language? Who gave us the thousands of different languages? We're showing pictures of dragons from up high. Where have they been taken from? Have they been taken from the satellite coming from the moon? Are we talking about different kinds of air views? Who's giving us that technologies? It's about humbling the program, putting it in its fucking place. If not, the program, the self, is like the child running the fucking house. Now, if they don't want to play that game, again, everybody's waiting to talk again. Silence is golden. There's a reason for that, because that's how gold works. It's an internal thing, not an external thing. Now, once a person understands that for themselves, hopefully they're going to say, okay, here's the baby, knowledge. Now I'm going to use a little bit of wisdom, discernment. How do I know the difference? What have I been doing? Usually people openly admit, I don't know. Okay, at that point, shut up. Once something inside of you, which is your ego, your vessel, that is running the whole vessel the whole time, not that ongoing program that learns how to read or write. Even when we say how old we are, who's really aging? The vessel is. Who we truly are aren't those things. Now, if
Okay.
okay.
I got you. And I'm just going to mute my mic a moment. I was going to carry on, but I've just got to go and have a wee. But carry on. Okay, I'm just muting my mic.
Whoa, what the hell? What's up, everybody? What happened?
Where's he gone? Where's he gone?
No.
Ah, shit, Dom.
He probably fell out. He'll be back. Yeah, so no, I'm here.
I'm going to mute my mic, guys, while I go to the loo, but carry on, please.
Yeah, no problem. I wanted to say shit, what the fuck does that say? The biggest terror threat to, okay.
This is what I got from that Moorish website that I found. I
Yeah,
put
that's crazy.
Moors travel to Australia, and this was the first site that came up.
You see how it's always this side or that side? You see how crazy that is? That's
That's what
insane.
Dom's saying, man. Stand in the center. Don't choose a side, man.
Yeah, that shit is insane. What the hell? And it's crazy how they stole that fucking swastika too, because that shit don't even mean anything bad.
I've talked to a couple Aryans that be around. They're not real big over here, as far as I know. There's more like the Latin Kings organization is big, and Bloods and all that stuff, but and the Mafia, but the Mafia is big around here. But they're not like, they're blue collar, sophisticated working people. They don't be hanging in the streets and all that stuff. But I've watched videos of these old school Aryans, and they say in the beginning they formed the group to protect. They were outnumbered by other people in prison. It was never a racist thing. That came later. Those people who came in later, like skin. I don't want to misquote it, but I think the skinheads and stuff brought that, if I'm not mistaken, that racist ideology and added it in. I don't know how true all that is. There's always some sort of something always starts off good, and then it seems to be infiltrated, and it goes a negative route.
Every time.
Just like the Rainbow Coalition.
Agreed. Yep.
If yeah, I mean, it's money and shit. Like they get bought out and stuff.
A lot of the stuff the Moors talk about, I would have to say, they put some truth, whatever truth is, whatever people want to say is the truth. Because what is the truth, right?
Right.
Oh, you dropped off your mic.
This is weird, bro.
Look at this. This was an interesting picture. Yeah, the feet too. The feet play a huge part. If you look at like gang members, they stand their feet at certain degrees, just like the Masons. All that shit is tied in, man. Gangs.
Yeah, the military teaches. The military teaches this.
Bloods, Crips, and all that. Yeah, it's all tied in, man.
Yeah, the military teaches you to do that too. Stand at a 90 degree.
I think Cyrus is right. Everybody's bought out by money, right?
Yeah, man. They're purchased. They are definitely purchased.
What the hell? They got scissors.
What the fuck?
That's the Moors flag. Why? Why does one have one O and the other one have two? One has more than the other?
Right, this shit is nonsense.
Like paper scissors type stuff, isn't it?
Right. Like rock, paper, scissors type shit?
Yeah, that kind of thing.
So the Moors are saying the white people were slaves, right? The Slavs were slaves. So that means I should be mad at black people. No, I'm joking.
No, but it's funny. It's funny because a lot of that shit, there's some truth. All they did was just keep on conquering and enslaving each other. That's all it's been this
Yeah.
whole fucking time.
Both sides.
Yeah.
It's all over the world, man, that there's a higher class and a lower class, it seems. But I wonder about this history. Like, I personally don't think it's always been like this. I think they want us to think that, so we'll just be like, fuck it, it's always been like this, so let's continue. It's all
There's
about
a
the
way out.
mindset.
Yeah, there's a way out.
It starts with us. You know, a lot of people say that, I get it, but it still is going to take a collective to, you know, you could change yourself. You know, tomorrow I could say, fuck it all, man, I'm just going to do me and fall back and just let everything be the way it is and not say nothing no more. Sometimes I think that sounds really good to just fall back after 8 years of this and just say it's up to people to find their own way, like I did for myself. But
Yeah, I hear you. Shit, sometimes that's the case and sometimes it's not. You know, like I guess a little bit of my journey, I found out shit. You can't be the hero. You can't be the hero all the time. You know.
Peace, son, Mal.
Oh yeah, I see y'all. All right.
But
Yeah.
Dom was dropping some good wisdom, man.
Oh, for sure.
'Cause
Yeah,
I
I was
used to pick
wondering where you
sides, and I thought, what's the benefit of me picking sides? You know, I always think I'm always analyzing myself and why do I react this way, and how can I always better myself or learn to not react that way? Or you ever like listen to certain music and it makes you angry, or it makes you want to hurt someone, or it makes you want to cry? Certain music. I always wondered what the fuck creates that. You know, this is before I knew it. Cymatics and sound manipulates the water and all that. Certain frequencies or tones. It's crazy that a tone, a certain sound or tone, can make you cry. That's like, you ever see those commercials with they put a starving child, like nobody knows where that could have been on a movie set, and then they just throw in some sad music and they're plucking people's heartstrings. And they be just sad and shit. Turn the music off and watch that commercial with no sound. You won't even feel that way no more. You're just looking at a picture.
Yeah, especially if you're easily manipulated. You're the type to just hook, line, and sinker anything. Shit, that should have definitely waste all your savings. That's just like crypto, you know?
Yeah. They were asking for 30. I think it was back in the days. I remember that when my mother wouldn't let me watch TV in the beginning. Man, it took years for me to get a TV in my room, a little black and white when I had the smack on the side with the bunny antennas. It had the knobs. You turn the knobs, it'd be like click, 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 click. I had like 3 channels, channel 30, 61, and channel 3. But yeah, TVs, man. That's a weapon.
Oh, for sure.
In disguise.
You saw the patents and stuff, right? For what it was really trying to be used for?
Yeah.
Propaganda machine. That's all that shit is.
Yeah, when you read about MK Ultra and stuff, and then what makes me think, like Dom always says, who gave us this technology and where did it truly come from? Who thinks these ideas up? Like, when you think about a camera or a phone that's reflecting the light, they say everything's light. Well, it makes sense because these cameras are reflecting lights through mirrors. And how is it fucking sending that picture through wires to come out on the end, so on the other side of the wire? I think that's amazing. Like, who thinks of that shit?
Using light? Yeah, that's crazy. Projections and stuff.
I used to watch the TV when I was younger and stare at it and be like, I would think, These people are in a New York news studio right now, and that signal is coming from New York to my living room. How the fuck is this working? Like, how? I used to look at the wire and be like,
It's interesting, isn't it, Chuck?
created this sorcery?
I kind of think like we've got our own wireless connection as well, because the intuition that comes to you when you know, oh shit, I know what I've got to do. These little things that come to us that are like thoughts. That they come on a bloody wireless connection. And it's pretty similar to how the Earth, like sends signals around with this electricity.
I gotta jump off at 5 hours, so we got like 5-10 minutes. I gotta start cooking, man. I don't want to, but
I kind of understand it how Dom talks about it, because he's saying, like everything's just a vessel. You're just a vessel, and the vessel is not you. It's only you while you're here. It's only
when did we become self? In the sperm, when the mother and the father created that electrical charge. But all these sperm, they say thousands of sperm swim into that egg, and only one or two can make it. Most of the time, one. So there alone, you're special. You made it out of all them sperm. You made it. We could be in a womb right now, Mother Earth. We could be inside a big womb for all we know. We could be them sperm, waiting to die and be birthed out of here. They say the ancestors celebrated when we passed away. Look in Louisiana, they be all celebrating and happy when someone dies.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe it's not the ending, but just the beginning or something of the sort. But wouldn't that make you a slave, though? Think about it. What existence itself, in my opinion, is you having to do shit. Like you have to be aware. You have to wake up. You have to go over here, do this, do that. Where's the peace in all of this?
Yes.
Yeah. Where's the peace in all of this?
Thomas Edison. Who remembers this? I gotta record this one. I thought it was Ben Franklin. But who remembers the Family Guy episode when Benjamin Franklin or Thomas Edison had his house up in the mountains and he had electricity and the people were living next door to him? They didn't have no electricity. That shit was funny.
Yeah.
Now, shift the conversation a little bit, Chuck. There's something people can look into. Is the DonaldMarshallRevolution.com. I don't know if anybody of you guys know Donald Marshall, but I think he's the founder of the program Black Mirror, which has had its 5th season apparently.
Oh yeah.
He's also the person who's wrote all the lyrics for Nirvana.
Oh shit!
And he wrote some of the lyrics for Metallica. But it's interesting that one of the lyrics, excuse me, give me a moment. There's a thing about him writing the song. That somebody I used to know.
Oh yeah.
He wrote that song too. I'm somebody that I just used to know, or something. How it goes like that, I'm not sure. Somebody I used to know. I think that's how it goes. But anyway, he apparently wrote the lyrics for that. But there's something to look into, and it's called the DonaldMarshallRevolution.com, right? And it's the Black Mirror is a video, a series that he put out.
Yeah, that's cool. That dude's badass.
Yeah, that's something to have a look at. Anyway, that's something I'll be looking at.
All right, man. You said you getting up out of here?
Yeah, I gotta jump off. It's been a good 5 hours though.
Yeah, it's been has. You can see that. Okay, good on you, Chuck. Thanks very much. I'm buggering off too. I'll catch you all later.
Yep. All right, man.
Thank
Stay
you,
up. Have a
Dean.
good one. See you next time. Yep.
All right, sir. Thanks. And thanks to Dom, Max. Thank you. Lonnie, JG, True Zone. Trying to think. Did I forget anyone? I don't know. Faceplant, Tommy Rogers, everyone in the chat. I appreciate you all. Oops. And I will see you guys next time. Fools and Tool, everyone in the chat. I'm just going to say everyone. I'm out. I hope you have a great night. And peace to the gods.